Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into lore of Alpha Primus. Before we get into the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I know, and thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's continue the video.
Pain woke him. Not sleep, not dream, not the lesser oblivion that mortal creatures named rest, nor the meditative dormancy of the Adeptus Astartes, nor the chemical silence granted to wounded giants upon apothecarian slabs. Alpha Primus returned to consciousness because his nerves remembered their purpose before his mind did, and their purpose was agony. He stood upright in the restraint chapel of the data crypts, bound by adamantine clamps, black iron manacles, and the cold obedience of machines that believed themselves capable of holding him. The chapel was buried deep within the Arc Mechanicus Zar Quesitor, beneath decks where forge serfs lived and died without ever seeing a star, beneath cathedral manufactoria where plasma coils sang in containment shrines, beneath reliquary vaults whose locks had not opened since the age when Rabut Gilliman still walked as a memory instead of a resurrected accusation. The chamber around him was a temple to control. It was also a cell. Incense crawled through the air in greasy strata, thick with myrrh, sanctified oils, and the bitter metallic stink of ionized blood. The walls were ribbed with brass and black iron, engraved with machine-cant prayers so dense that even the gaps between the letters had been filled with smaller prayers. Servo skulls drifted through the haze on failing suspensors, their lenses clicking, their parchment trails fluttering like flayed skin. Cherubim with vat-grown wings and idiot faces circled above the restraint dais, their vox grills leaking fragments of hymn code. The machine priests chanted around him. Their voices were not voices in any human sense. They were metallic clicks, throat scrapes, burst transmissions, and bursts of Binharic cant, overlaid in such density that the air seemed to vibrate with doctrine. Red-robed figures stood in concentric rings around the dais, each one more machine than flesh, their faces hidden behind bronze masks, optics, respirator vanes, and devotional grills. Some had no mouths. Some had replaced their throats with flute pipes. Some had surrendered their lungs to the Omnissiah and sang through pressurized bellows bolted into their rib cages. They prayed to the machine spirits of his restraints. They prayed to the sacred locks that embraced his wrists. They prayed to the spinal clamps biting into the armor along his back. They prayed to the dampening coils threaded around his skull like a crown made by cowards. Alpha Primus opened his eyes. The nearest servitor began to bleed. It stood at the foot of the dais, a lobotomized thing in a black rubber apron, its arms replaced with surgical rigs, and its back hunched beneath a coolant tank. Blood seeped from its nasal filters in two dark lines. Its single remaining eye burst a moment later with a wet click, and it did not scream because its capacity for distress had been excised decades before. It merely trembled as pressure built within its skull. Above, one of the cherubim spasmed in the air. Its wings beat in frantic disunity. Its tiny augmetic spine arched hard enough to snap. It struck the brass ceiling, bounced from a hanging sensor, and fell in a limp spiral, its vox grill still chirping half a hymn as it hit the floor. The machine priests did not stop chanting. They had been warned. Alpha Primus breathed in. The clamps across his chest recorded the movement. The data passed into the chapel noosphere, where it was weighed, sanctified, measured, and feared. He was 8 feet of engineered blasphemy beneath grey Mark X plate. His armor did not bear the colors of any chapter. No heraldry proclaimed brotherhood. No company marking spoke of lineage. No proud pauldron showed the gene father whose blood had blessed him, because Alpha Primus had no such simplicity. He was pale where his flesh could be seen, the pallor broken by faint coppery sheens beneath the skin, as if old metal had been hammered into living meat and taught to pulse. Surgical scars crossed his scalp, throat, and jaw in layered patterns. His eyes were black, not dark, black. empty enough that those who met them often looked away before they understood why. He was not beautiful as the Emperor's angels of death were sometimes beautiful, in their cruel, statuesque way. He was not noble, not radiant, not wrought to inspire mortal devotion. He was a warning in the shape of a warrior. Pain moved through him in waves. It lived in his bones. It sang in the marrow. It clicked through the sutures of his skull and ground behind his eyes with each beat of his hearts. His blood felt too hot. His skin felt too tight. Every implanted refinement, every rewritten strand, every victory of Belisarius Cawl's genius carried its own tithe of suffering. He endured it because endurance was the first lesson he had ever learned. A lesser restraint chapel would have failed when he woke. A lesser vessel would have lost containment. Cawl had not built a lesser chapel, and the Tsar Cursiter was not a lesser vessel. The Ark was a migrating empire of iron, scripture, and weaponized reason, kilometers of sanctified machinery wrapped around vaults that could damn worlds. It carried manufactoria, armies, data crypts, gene vaults, reactor shrines, noospheric reliquaries, and the memories of crimes Cawl had not yet admitted to himself. Somewhere above, engines older than entire imperial dynasties hauled the Ark through the void. Somewhere below, things that had never been named slept in caskets without labels. The doors opened. They did not simply slide apart. They awakened. Pistons sighed. Runes flared in amber light. Locking teeth withdrew from sockets as deep as tombs. A choir of hidden cogitators muttered clearance rites, and the great portal split down its center with the solemn reluctance of a cathedral gate admitting a condemned soul. Belisarius Cawl entered as a moving mountain of red. Robes came first, layered and heavy, crawling with devotional script and dust from dead forge worlds. Then came limbs, too many limbs. Surgical arms folded and unfolded around him with the restless patience of predators. Mechadendrites trailed in his wake, each tipped with instruments, injectors, cutters, lenses, auspex clusters, incense burners, weapon muzzles and tools whose functions had no names in Low Gothic. His towering frame moved on segmented supports hidden beneath the robes, clicking and grinding softly. Icons swung from chains. Small sensors smoked at his shoulders. A servo skull nested in the arch of his back like a carrion bird on a throne. His face was an argument between flesh and machine, and the machine had won centuries ago. Multiple voices emerged from him before he spoke. Unacceptable degradation in the leftward dampening coil. Correction. Expected degradation. He is awake. Expected degradation remains unacceptable. Pain response within projected tolerance. Your tolerance is crude. My tolerance is mathematically justified. The machine priests bowed so low, their mechadendrites scraped sparks from the floor. Archmagos Dominus, they intoned, each in a different pitch, each in the same fear. Cawl ignored them all and approached the dais. His optics rotated. Lenses clicked into place. A thin arm extended, bearing a sensor that swung smoking arcs before Alpha Primus's face. Alpha Primus, said Cawl. Belisarius Cawl, said Alpha Primus. Several priests twitched at the absence of honorific. Cawl's many limbs stilled, but only for a moment. You persist in beginning our conversations with injury. I woke in chains. You woke in a restraint chapel calibrated to prevent involuntary psychic discharge from liquefying the minds of every ordained servant within 40 meters. One has already died. Cawl turned one optic toward the bleeding servitor. The thing stood motionless, gore wetting the front of its apron. The red-robed giant emitted a short rasp that might have been annoyance, grief, calculation, or none of them. It was not ordained, Cawl said. It was a tool. So am I. That is an inelegant reduction. It is accurate. Accuracy without context is a dull blade. A dull blade still cuts flesh. Cawl's vox throats clicked. Somewhere within his layered mind, Another personality tried to speak and was silenced by a burst of internal scrap code. Alpha Primus felt it happen, not through sensors, but through the pressure of Cawl's presence in the noosphere. The Archmagos was never alone inside his own skull. He was a conclave masquerading as a man, a parliament of remembered selves and stolen time, all wearing one mountain of crimson iron. One of Cawl's limbs rose. A hololithic sigil bloomed between them. It was a planet, rendered in green and corpse white, turning slowly above the restraint dais. Not a planet, Alpha Primus corrected. A forge moon. Its surface was a mesh of manufactorum continents, furnace seas, orbital tethers, and defense rings. Half of it burned, the other half flickered with signal corruption. Valtyr, Cawl said. Alpha Primus watched the moon rotate. I know the name. You know a fragment of the name. The full designation requires 7 minutes of sacred machine cant, 3 incense confirmations, and a functioning lingual implant. Valtyr is sufficient. To barbarians, yes. To soldiers. Soldiers are barbarians with supply lines. Alpha Primus did not answer. Cawl enlarged the image. The forge moon split open in layers. Crust, manufactoria, underworks, sealed vaults, geologic scars, ancient machine cathedra, burial reactors, extinct titan cradles. At the core of the projection, a red pulse blinked beneath a ruin zone marked by restricted data veils. The sound came next. It was not a voice. It was code, but old code. It was encryption folded inside grief, mathematical architecture wrapped around genetic notation. Alpha Primus felt the chapel react. The priests stiffened. The servo skulls dipped in the air. The locks around his wrists tightened without command. Cawl spoke softer. Valtyr has begun transmitting. Many worlds transmit while dying. This is not a distress call. They always are. Cawl's optics focused. It is mine. The words entered the chamber like a killing temperature. Alpha Primus looked from the hololith to Cawl. Explain. It is written in an encryption lattice I designed before the first Primaris transhuman drew breath. Older than the unnumbered suns. Older than the Indomitus Crusade. Older than Gilliman's return to a throne room full of corpses, priests, and administrative rot. It should not be present on Valtyr. Yet it is. Yes. What does it contain? Cawl hesitated. With any other being, the pause would have been too slight to matter. With Cawl, even hesitation had layers. His limbs continued to move. His senses continued to breathe smoke. His internal voices continued to murmur and dispute. But something at the core of him stopped. A genetic code, said Cawl. Alpha Primus felt the pain behind his eyes sharpen. Pre-Primaris, Cawl continued. Pre-standardization, pre-sanctioned. It bears structural similarity to data that no longer exists. No longer exists, Alpha Primus repeated. I have lost many things. Nothing you lose ever stays lost. It waits. Cawl said nothing. Alpha Primus looked at the red pulse inside the hololithic moon. It waits to punish others. The machine priests lowered their heads further. One of them whispered a static prayer to the Omnissiah's mercy. There was no mercy in the chamber, only process. Cawl's voices returned, overlapping. Sentimentally hostile. Predictively accurate. Pain response affecting tone. Tone irrelevant. Statement carries evidentiary weight. Cawl silenced himself with a click. Valtyr sits within the mordant anvil subsector. Current strategic stability is collapsing. The Great Rift has rendered astropathic coordination unreliable. 3 shrine worlds are in open revolt. 2 agri-worlds report mass mutation among tithe populations. A knight household is engaged in succession war while simultaneously resisting demonic incursion. 8 forge stations have fallen silent. An orbital defense network above Gathalamor Secundus fired upon its own relief fleet. Necron activity has been confirmed beneath Valtyr's southern furnace plate. The hololith expanded again. Stars appeared around the dying moon, then more, then too many to regard individually. Red icons flowered among them like infection. Billions are dying, Cawl said. Billions are always dying. Not these billions in this configuration. Alpha Primus watched the icons multiply. Imperial Guard army groups, Skitarii cohorts, servitor legions, penal pilgrim militias, forged serf levies driven into rad zones with shock collars and devotional brands, night engines striding through cities of ash, orbital crews burning alive at their stations because order required them to remain at their guns until the void took them. Macroclades of the Adeptus Mechanicus prosecuting war through radiation, artillery, calculus, and acceptable loss. On one world, mutants rose from the underhive in numbers that swallowed hive spires from within. On another, a demon storm walked across the equator, wearing the faces of dead saints. On Valtir, something ancient had awakened beneath the machine shrines, and Cawl's lost code was calling from below it all. "Send a chapter," Alpha Primus said. "No." "Send the Crusade fleet." "No." "Send the Inquisition. They will burn the moon, the subsector, and every witness. Your secret will be ash." "Precisely why they will not be sent." Alpha Primus looked down at the restraints clasping his wrists. "Then you want theft. I want recovery. You want silence. I want the continued survival of the Imperium. You want your sin returned before another hand claims it." Cawl leaned closer. The censer smoke thickened between them. "My sins have preserved humanity more effectively than most men's virtues. That is not absolution. No, it is arithmetic." The hololith shifted. Figures appeared beside the moon. A Skitarii rune, a biologist seal, 3 heavy maniple markers, a servitor cohort glyph. "You will deploy to Valtir," Cawl said. "You will locate the transmission source. You will retrieve the data vault if intact. You will destroy it if retrieval proves impossible. You will deny access to all rival claimants. You will not permit inquisitorial seizure, Astartes review, Xenos extraction, Heretech contamination, or demonic translation. You will act with discretion." Alpha Primus flexed his fingers. The restraints groaned. "Discretion," he said, "is not why you made me. No, but necessity is why I use you." The locks opened, not all at once. Cawl was not careless. The wrists came first, then the chest clamps, then the spinal brace withdrew its teeth from the sockets along his armor. Pain flared where the machine released him. Alpha Primus stepped down from the dais, and every priest in the chamber took one involuntary step back. Cawl continued as though none of them had moved. "Skitarii Marshal Cord 88 will serve as field command interface. His obedience parameters are exceptional. His imagination is limited, which I consider a virtue in this instance. Magos Biologis Hestephon will assess any viable gene material, provided you prevent him from stealing anything I have not authorized him to steal. 3 Cataphron Breacher Maniples will provide armored pressure and corridor denial. A mute combat servitor cohort will absorb ammunition, trigger ambushes, and die without compromising operational secrecy. A small force, a precise force, a disposable force. Precision often is." The chapel doors remained open behind Cawl. Beyond them, the data crypts stretched into darkness, lit by lumen strips, prayer candles, and the cold blue shimmer of cogitator banks. Alpha Primus could feel the ship beyond the walls. He could feel the millions aboard it in gradients of heat, thought, and fear. Most were dim sparks. Some were colder machine mines. Cawl was a storm of red iron. The priests were clusters of static devotion. Then another presence entered the chamber. It came through the astropathic choir. The first scream burst from every vox grill at once. One priest fell to his knees. Another's head snapped backward as his cranial implants overloaded. The cherubim still circling above the dais slammed against the walls, wings fluttering, eyes boiling white. Servo skulls spun out of formation. The chapel lights dimmed. Incense smoke twisted into shapes like grasping hands. The scream became many screams. Dead psychers spoke with boiled lungs. Their voices were wet, broken, overlapping. Some still tried to pray. Some were laughing. Some sounded as if they had no mouths left and were forcing words through torn meat and cooked throat tissue. The astropathic choir aboard the Tsar Kisita was 3 decks away, sealed behind silvered wards, null-etched doors, and hymnals of protection. It did not matter. Their deaths arrived first. Their bodies would catch up to the fact moments later. Cawl froze. Alpha Primus did not. The voices screamed the same words again and again, louder each time, until the restraint chapel shook with them. He is the first failure. He is the first failure. He is the first failure. The final repetition came not through the vox, but inside Alpha Primus's skull. He saw the sigil then. It burned within the hololith over Valtir, a red data mark shaped like a closed eye, and a broken crown. It pulsed in rhythm with his hearts. Alpha Primus approached it as the machine priests writhed and bled around him. Cawl extended 3 limbs as if to stop him, then did not. "Do not touch the projection," Cawl said. Alpha Primus touched it. The chapel vanished. He was on a slab. No. He was in a tank. No. He was nowhere, and all places of his making at once. He saw Cowl's hands, dozens of them, moving through light, blood, and amniotic steam. He saw scalpels opening flesh that did not yet know if it wished to live. He saw gene vaults unfolding like iron flowers. He saw the Sanct Primus Portum, not as an object, but as a radiance of forbidden inheritance, a relic of the Emperor's sons, reduced to data, potential, and sacrilege. He saw seals marked by Gilliman's authority, cold and absolute, commanding creation while forbidding excess, demanding salvation while pretending salvation could be clean. He heard Cawl speaking in a voice younger than the mountain of metal in the chapel. "We can do more," another voice answered. Stern, regal, exhausted. "You will do what you were commanded to do." The memory cracked. Beyond it stood a shadow shaped like a Primarch. It had no face. It was too tall, too perfect, too wrong. Its outline screamed, not in pain alone, but in the horror of almost being. Its mouth opened where no mouth existed, and the sound that emerged was the death of 1,000 failed sons drowning in their birth fluid. Alpha Primus tried to step toward it. Hands seized him. Cowl's hands, Gilliman's law, the Emperor's stolen fire, the cold arithmetic of survival. The shadow screamed again, and this time Alpha Primus understood the words. Not born, made, not son, weapon. He came back to the restraint chapel on one knee, his gauntleted hand sunk wrist-deep into the brass floor. The hololith had died. The priests lay scattered around him, some dead, some twitching, some chanting through ruptured throats, because obedience remained after sanity had fled. Cawl stood before him, all his limbs spread wide, as if shielding the chamber from Alpha Primus, or Alpha Primus from the chamber. For several breaths, neither of them spoke. Then Cawl said, "What did you see?" Alpha Primus rose slowly. Blood ran from his nose, his black eyes fixed upon the Archmagos. "Your future," he said. Cowl's optics narrowed. Alpha Primus turned toward the open doors and the waiting dark of the Tsar Kisitor. "And mine." The forged cathedral of the Tsar Kisitor did not sleep. It endured. Its vaults rose high enough to lose themselves in heat haze and incense murk, a forest of iron pillars, bronze arches, chained plasma conduits, and suspended reliquaries. Great red banners hung from the upper gantries, each one embroidered with cog, skull, and lightning bolt, each one stiffened by centuries of sacred oils and rad dust. The air tasted of ozone, hot metal, machine incense, and human exhaustion. Beneath the cathedral floor, reactors older than crusades beat like imprisoned suns, their pressure hymns conducted through pipes as wide as hive avenues. War preparations moved through the chamber in ritualized frenzy. Skitari maniples stood in ordered ranks across the deck plates, thousands of them, red cloaks hanging over bionic limbs and rad-sealed armor. Their galvanic rifles rested across their chests. Their optics burned green, amber, and surgical white beneath hooded helms. No man among them spoke with his own voice. Their orders moved through the noosphere as streams of command code, tactical correction, obedience pressure, and devotional binharik. Cohorts shifted as one organism. Heads turned in perfect synchrony. Fingers tightened around weapon stocks at the same instant. Breath, where any breath remained, was regulated by command. When Alpha Primus entered, they knelt. It was not worship. Their knees struck the iron deck in a single thunderclap, because Belisarius Cawl's authority moved through their neurosync implants like a commandment hammered into nerve and steel. 1 by 1, 10 by 10, 100 by 100, the Skitari sank before the passage of Cawl's property. Their bodies obeyed before their minds had any privilege of interpretation. Some bowed too swiftly and cracked their own augmetic joints. Others drove knee spikes into the deck, hard enough to send sparks scattering. None cried out. Pain response was a resource. The Adeptus Mechanicus did not waste. Resources without purpose. Alpha Primus walked between them. His grey armor had not yet been fully sealed upon him, and the plates he wore were layered over the black body glove and exposed scars of the thing beneath. He moved without ceremony. No herald preceded him. No serf carried his blade. No chapter thralls recited his honors, because he had no honors that any chapter would recognize. Every step rang from the cathedral floor with the weight of ceramite and something worse than ceramite. He could feel the Skitari through the noosphere, though no one had granted him access. Their minds were not minds as baseline humanity understood them. They were disciplined constellations of targeting logic, pain suppression, devotional recursion, weapon calibration, and command submission. Their fear of him existed only in data remnants, buried beneath implant correction and liturgical obedience. Fear remained, however. It always remained. At the center of the forge cathedral stood the arming dais. It was a raised platform of black iron, haloed by servo arms and guarded by hooded tech priests whose bodies had been modified for the sole purpose of preparing one warrior for war. Plasma coils burned in shrines to either side, each caged in brass and warded by lines of sanctified script. Incense burners swung above them on servo-controlled chains. Priests with copper hands stroked the housings of weapons as though calming dangerous beasts. Others whispered to ammunition feeds, to power cells, to armor locks, to targeting spirits, to the machine souls that would soon be forced into proximity with Alpha Primus. A plasma incinerator lay across an altar of white stone veined with red. Its magnetic coils glowed with caged azure wrath. A Cawl pattern bolt rifle rested beside it, oiled, sanctified, heavy with mass reactive promise. A force weapon waited in a vertical cradle, its blade dark and elegant, its spine threaded with blackstone circuitry that drank the candlelight around it. The sword did not gleam. It seemed instead to make the air dimmer near its edge. Cawl was already there. The Archmagos Dominus loomed over the dais like a cathedral gargoyle torn from its stonework and taught to speak through 100 throats. His crimson robe spilled across the platform. Mechadendrites moved around him in constant predatory arcs. Some bore tools, some bore sensors, some bore weapons, some bore things that looked like instruments of healing only if the patient had already been condemned. "Approach," Cawl said. Alpha Primus stepped onto the dais. Servo arms descended around him. Clamps locked to his greaves, thighs, vambraces and gorget, not restraining him now, but measuring him. Light passed over his armor in bands of cold blue. Auspex lenses clicked and refocused. Data streamed around Cawl in a private storm. "You slept poorly," Cawl said. "I did not sleep. Your neural activity indicates a dormant cycle. My pain rested. I did not. Poetic distinction. Medically useless. Then stop asking questions you have already answered. One of Cawl's internal voices crackled through an auxiliary vox. Hostility index elevated. Another voice answered from deeper within his chest. Baseline interactional constant. Disregard. Cawl silenced himself with a burst of Binharic irritation. Your armor has been adjusted. Alpha Primus looked down as the servo arms brought the remaining plates into position. Grey Mark 10 war plate, reinforced beyond common tacticus measure, thickened across the chest and spine, layered with internal psychometric restraints. The gorget contained black iron dampening bands. The spinal ridge housed command locks, neural limiters, and monitoring needles that would taste his nerve fire with every movement. Cawl had built them as safeguards. Alpha Primus knew them as reminders. The chest plate came down. It locked with a heavy thud. Pain flared along his back as the armor recognized him. Machine spirit is resistant, murmured one of the arming priests. It remembers, Alpha Primus said. Cawl's optics turned. All machines remember. Most are simply polite enough not to complain. The priests began affixing purity seals. Alpha Primus caught the first parchment strip before it touched his pauldron. Wax crumbled between his fingers. The tiny stamped cog skull broke in half. No. The nearest priest froze, augmetic fingers still, extended. His optic lenses pulsed in alarm. Cawl emitted a long, grinding sigh. You reject devotional ornamentation with admirable consistency. I reject lies. They are not lies. They are data tags. They are prayers. They are prayers containing data tags. They ask protection from a god I do not worship. They record kill metrics, atmospheric corruption, impact stress, psychic bleed, ammunition expenditure, armor spirit agitation, and command compliance. Then use steel. Parchment is traditional. Tradition is rust pretending to be wisdom. Cawl placed the seals himself, not gently. A mechadendrite pressed wax against Alpha Primus's chest plate. Another fixed a strip to his left pauldron. A third attached a narrow band of script to the gorget, so close to the restraint coils that Alpha Primus could feel the heat of the sealing wax through his armor. The parchment bore no imperial prayer visible to normal sight. Beneath its ink lay microscript, coded runes, and hidden command marks. Alpha Primus looked at Cawl. You put leashes in scripture. I put instruction where superstition trained men not to look. Do you think I will not see them? I expect you to see them. I also expect you to obey the parts that matter. That expectation will wound you one day. It already has. For a moment the arming dais was silent, except for the hiss of incense over plasma coils and the clacking murmur of Binharic prayer. Then the cathedral vox array gave a single low chime. Every skitari in the Forge Cathedral lowered his head. The sound was not an alarm. It was worse. It was authority. A hooded astropathic servitor was brought forward on a walking frame of brass and bone. He had once been a man. His eyes had been sewn shut with silver thread. His mouth was held open by a devotional bit, etched with the sigils of Terra and Mars. Psychic frost clung to his skin. 3 tech acolytes guided his frame to the edge of the dais and withdrew with visible relief. The servitor spoke in a voice that was not his. By writ and seal of the Lord Commander of the Imperium. Cawl's limbs stilled. Even his incense burners seemed to smoke more slowly. The voice continued, formal, distant, cold with the weight of empire. Transmission priority absolute. Addressee, Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cawl. Secondary subject, Alpha Primus. Regarding the anomaly designated Val Tier. Recover the transmitted data if retrieval can be achieved without unacceptable strategic compromise. If recovery risks dissemination, destruction is mandated. Under no condition is replication, reconstruction or continuation of the subject process authorized. Under no condition Is another Alpha Primus to be created? The astropathic servitor convulsed. Blood ran down his chin around the bit. By command of Robert Gilliman, Lord Commander, Avenging Sun, Primarch of the Ultramarines, Regent of Terror. The voice died. The servitor died with it. His head slumped forward. Steam rose from the silver stitching over his eyes. The tech acolytes began reciting disposal prayers. Alpha Primus stared at the corpse. The administrator of a corpse empire has spoken. Several Skitarii targeting optics flickered toward him before their restraint protocols dragged them back to stillness. Cawl tilted his head. You persist in denying him the titles owed by history. I deny him nothing. I describe function. He is a Primarch. He is an administrator. He is the son of the Emperor. He is the last competent clerk in a burning archive. Cowl's internal voices murmured again, overlapping with disagreement, amusement, and warning. The Archmagos ignored them. You mistake governance for weakness. No, I mistake reverence for blindness. He would destroy you if he believed it necessary. Yes. And still you speak so. Especially then. Cawl extended one bladed limb toward the hololithic emitter. A new projection arose above the arming dais. It was not Valtir this time, but a knot of genetic symbols, layered helixes, gene seed structure, organ patterns, Primarch-derived markers, and redacted formulae that made the watching priests flinch, as if blasphemy had become visible. The transmission may contain fragments of what I once named the Crown Protocol, Cawl said. Alpha Primus felt the name move, through him, like a knife dragged along bone. Cawl continued. A genetic extrapolation, derived from Primarch data, Legiones Astartes gene seed, and hypotheses formulated before caution grew fashionable. Illegal hypotheses. Legality is a political description, not a scientific one. Forbidden, then. Forbidden is a theological description. Damned. Cawl paused. That one may be more accurate. The force weapon rose from its cradle and drifted toward Alpha Primus in the grip of two servo arms. Its blackstone circuitry drank the surrounding noospheric glow. The blade's machine spirit was cold, wary and silent. Alpha Primus closed his gauntlet around the hilt. The weapon recognized him and hated him. That was acceptable. Hate was stable. You tried to make a Primarch, Alpha Primus said. The words moved across the dais like a sentence of execution. Cawl did not answer immediately. His lenses focused and refocused. His arms shifted. One of his smaller appendages adjusted the angle of a purity seal on Alpha Primus's breastplate, an absurdly delicate motion amid the weight of the question. At no point, Cawl said, did I attempt crude reproduction of the Emperor's work. No. I attempted to solve an equation whose answer already stood before me in 20 forms. Alpha Primus looked at the Crown Protocol projection. 20 suns. 20 solutions. Half damned, half dead, all broken. Results vary. You made me from the remainder of a failed equation. I made you from possibility. You made a weapon that hurts when it breathes. Cawl leaned closer. I made a weapon that breathes. The arming priests recoiled, not from the words, from the servitor. At the far edge of the dais, one of the ammunition servitors had gone still. It had been loading bolt magazines into a consecrated feed rack, its movements precise and mindless. Now its hands hung limp, its head twitched once, twice. A fly crawled from its tear duct, swollen and black. Then another pushed from between its teeth. The noosphere screamed a warning. The servitor's back split open, not as flesh tears under pressure, but as a door opens. Skin parted down the spine, metal ribs bent outward. Something hot and impossible glowed within the cavity where organs and engine parts had been. The thing's implanted Vox unit shrieked hymns backward, its augmetic arms elongated as if pulled by invisible hooks. Brass fingers became claws of wet bone and wire. The air around it curdled with warp pressure. Containment breach, intoned a priest. Scrap code contamination, said another. Demon vector, said Cawl. The possessed servitor lifted from the deck, cables whipping beneath it. Its dead mouth stretched wide enough to split the jaw hinges. Through that ruined opening came a voice like many children drowning in machine oil. First failure. The Skitarii ranks snapped weapons upward. Thousands of target locks flowered in the noosphere. Radium carbines, galvanic rifles, and arc weapons aligned upon the arming dais. Cawl raised a limb. "Hold fire!" The demon thing laughed through the servitor's broken throat. Its body swelled, meat bubbling around augmetics, skin blistering with faces that mouthed prayers no imperial saint had taught mankind. The portal inside its back widened. Heatless flame licked the air. A shape pressed from within, horned, skeletal, eager to be born through stolen flesh. Alpha Primus did not draw the bolt rifle. He did not raise the plasma incinerator. He did not swing the force weapon. He looked at the servitor. "Be silent," he said. The words were not loud. They did not need to be. The psychic command struck the possessed thing with the force of a void ship's keel. The warp flame collapsed inward. The faces blistered across the servitor's skin, burst like overripe fruit. The horned shape inside the portal recoiled, not wounded in flesh, but denied in concept. Alpha Primus's will closed around the intrusion and crushed. The servitor folded in the air, its metal spine compressed, its skull imploded. The demon presence shrieked once, a sound sharp enough to crack lenses and make priests bleed beneath their masks. Then the conduit died. Meat, augmetics, and steam fell across the dais in a wet rain. Brass fingers twitched. A length of intestine slid from a broken ammunition rack. The smell of cooked blood and burned machine oil joined the incense. No one moved. Alpha Primus turned to Cawl. "Your cathedral has poor locks." Cawl looked at the ruin on the floor, then at Alpha Primus. His many eyes shone with something perilously close to pride. "My cathedral has you. Far from the Tsar Quaesitor, far from the arming dais and the kneeling Skitarii, a vessel drifted behind the war zone without declaring itself to any loyal augur. It had once been a ship of iron. It was no longer content with that limitation. Its hull pulsed in places where hulls should not pulse. Ribs of grown bone arched between armor plates. Veins as thick as fuel lines throbbed beneath translucent membranes stretched across gun decks and launch bays. Its engines exhaled pale vapor into the void. Around it drifted corpse barges, refugee hulks, and dead transports, a grave cloud through which it moved like a carrion thing, wearing the shape of a cruiser. Within its laboratory sanctum, Fabius Bile stood among glass cylinders, surgical engines, and hanging bodies that twitched without permission from any soul. His white hair clung lankly to his skull. His coat was stained by the labor of centuries. The chirurgeon loomed over his back, spider limbs flexing, blades wet, injectors full of luminous poison. A gland hound knelt before him, shaking with pain and reverence. In its opened chest, beneath peeled ribs and pinned muscle, a stolen data shard pulsed within a nest of black sutures. Bile reached in with delicate fingers and removed it. The shard projected 3 words into the blood-warm air. Alpha Primus. Fabius Bile smiled. "Oh, Belisarius," he whispered, "what did you make when no one wise was watching?" The descent began in fire. Valtyr filled the forward vision slit of the assault craft, vast and wounded. A forge moon dragged from the dreams of a wrathful machine god and left half murdered in the void. Its surface was split by ancient bombardment scars so wide they could be seen from orbit, continent-long wounds glowing with furnace light and reactor flame. Around its equator ran a chain of refineries, trench cities, corpse yards, manufacturing belts, and orbital tether routes, all bound together by kilometers of black iron and rusted adamantium. The moon's night side was not dark. It burned in red lines, amber pits, and white-hot industrial wounds. Its day side vanished beneath ash clouds and weapon flare. War had wrapped itself around the moon like a starving beast. Macro cannon fire walked across the void in lines of incandescent brutality. Shells the size of hab blocks crossed the darkness with ponderous inevitability, each one trailing fire, each one carrying judgment measured in city-killing force. Lances answered from Imperial warships and Heretech batteries alike, spears of sun-bright energy cutting through shields, armor, decks, men and machine spirits with equal contempt. Escort ships burned in silence. Their hulls opened like split rib cages, spilling atmosphere, bodies, fuel and ammunition into the black. Void shields flared blue, then white, then died in rippling spheres of collapsing force. When they failed, ships came apart by sections, their sanctified names erased in bursts of plasma and tumbling wreckage. The assault craft bucked as something detonated close enough to turn the world into white pain. Inside the hold, no one cried out. The Skitarii had no permission to fear. Marshal Cord. 88 stood mag-locked to the deck, his red cloak hanging in stiff folds over plated limbs, his skull helm lowered as data scrolled across the lenses of his optics. Around him, his selected cohort remained locked in restraint frames, galvanic rifles and radium carbines clamped to their chest rigs, rebreathers hissing in perfect synchrony. Their noospheric chatter passed through the hold in disciplined streams. Target assessments, ammunition readiness, liturgical fragments, probability revisions, impact prayers, magos biologists. Hestephon hung from a restraint cradle near the rear bulkhead, more preserved corpse than man, his torso encased in a brass life sarcophagus, and his multiple arms folded close around specimen cylinders. He whispered to himself in Binharik, counting the ways living tissue could fail under battlefield stress. 3 Cataphron breacher maniples were secured in the lower bay, tracked bodies grinding softly against their restraints, torsion cannons and arc claws folded, in standby posture. Behind them waited the mute combat servitors, grey-skinned and skull-plated, each one carrying more ammunition than memory. Alpha Primus stood without restraint. The craft shook again. A lesser warrior would have staggered. A mortal would have been hurled into the wall hard enough to become meat. Alpha Primus merely shifted his weight. His grey warplate was dark in the hold's crimson light. The purity seals Cawl had forced upon him fluttered against his chest and shoulders, parchment snapping in the pressure changes. The Mark 10 plate's reinforced layers hummed with restraint systems built into the gorget and spine. The machine spirit of the armor watched him like a chained animal, obedient but hostile. His Cawl pattern bolt rifle was locked to his thigh. The plasma incinerator rested across his back. The force weapon hung at his hip, its blackstone circuitry dim, cold, patient. Ahead of them, through the vision slit, the sky below Valtyr's orbital line was crowded with invasion. Mass landers descended through fire in blunt formations, each one a cathedral brick of ceramite and adamantium packed with soldiers, tanks, artillery, ammunition, priests, and screaming prayers. Coffin drops fell in black clusters, each pod carrying Skitarii kill teams or expendable forge militia into pre-calculated impact zones. Skitarii assault craft darted in disciplined flocks through flak storms. Nightlanders plunged like iron reliquaries, their holds bearing towering war engines chained in prayer and oil, ready to stride from their cradles into apocalypse. Guard troop barges descended in massed columns, their hulls patched with campaign scars and devotional scripture. Manufactorum haulers, never designed for war, had been gutted and converted into invasion ships, their cargo bays filled with penal levies, servitor battalions, promethium tanks, and coffin racks. Then came the wreckage. A troop barge took a lance strike through its spine. It folded inward, then tore apart. Millions of sparks scattered from its hull as escape pods, bodies and burning tanks fell together into atmosphere. A Nightlander lost control, rotating slowly as its engines failed, its pilot choir broadcasting hymns to the Omnissiah until the transmission dissolved into impact static. A mass lander collided with a dying escort's debris field and came apart in chunks, each piece trailing fire as it fell toward the moon below. Iron Rain. That was what the old wars called it, Alpha Primus knew. Not because it resembled rain. Rain nourished worlds. This only buried them. Marshal Cord 88 transmitted without turning his head. Projected landing integrity degraded. Beachhead Sigma Ferrum reports collapse. Primary command node has ceased confirmation. Secondary command node compromised. Tertiary command node emits probable scrap code. Enemy vectors include HereTech infantry, warp-contaminated labor masses, demon engine signatures, unidentified gene-wrought hostiles, and subcrustal Xenos movement. Recommendation: redirection to alternate landing zone. No, said Alpha Primus. The Marshal paused for less than a heartbeat. Clarification requested. Beachhead Sigma Ferrum remains our entry point. Data indicates imminent encirclement. Then we will arrive before it closes. Probability of cohort survival falls below acceptable mission parameters. Alpha Primus looked down at him. Your survival is not the mission. Cord 88 accepted the correction. It entered him as command truth. Acknowledged. Hestefon's reedy vox voice emerged from the rear of the hold. The Archmagos required my preservation. The Archmagos requires your usefulness, said Alpha Primus. Preserve that. The assault craft entered atmosphere. The hull screamed. Heat washed across the armor-glass slit. Val Tyr's surface rose in apocalyptic detail. Furnace canals cut through the landscape, rivers of molten industrial runoff glowing orange beneath bridges crowded with tanks and dead men. Trench cities spread across the crust in angular scars, their walls studded with macro batteries, collapsed hab towers and corpse grinders. Refinery stacks rose like forests of black needles, vomiting flame into skies already bruised by war. Vast yards of bodies fed processing engines, where cranes lifted the dead in handfuls and dropped them into rendering pits. Beyond one ruined plain stood the cradles of dead titans, enormous skeletal gantries where god engines had once knelt for repair. Now those cradles burned, and the half-buried corpse of a warlord titan lay across them like a fallen idol. The enemy held the surface in layers. Dark Mechanicum banners snapped above corrupted bastions, their cog symbols twisted into screaming iron masks. Heretech cells had infested the Manufactorum spines, their engines chanting scrap code into the vox bands. Chaos cult labor masses surged through trenches in their hundreds of thousands, many still wearing the chain brands of forged servitude, their bodies swollen by mutation, their hands full of blades, industrial drills, mining charges and stolen laslocks. Renegade Skitari moved among them with horrifying discipline, red robes blackened, optics burning violet, rad weapons blessed by demons instead of machine spirits. Demon engines prowled the killing fields, brass-limbed and flesh-ribbed, their smokestacks coughing flies, their guns screaming before they fired. Here and there, pale gene thieves moved with inhuman elegance among the ruin, not cultists, not Astartes, but vat-bred predators marked by Bile's unseen hand. And beneath it all, the ground moved. Not tectonic shifting, not bombardment. Something precise was rising under the crust. Necron. The word passed through the Skitari command net like a blade. The assault craft did not land. It was hit. A flak burst opened the port engine. The craft rolled. Restraints snapped tight across the Skitari. One combat servitor tore free and smashed against the ceiling, bursting like a sack of blood and augmetics. Warning runes flooded the hold. The pilot servitor transmitted a final burst of Binharic apology before the cockpit vanished in a cone of molten metal. Alpha Primus looked at the deck beneath his boots. Open. The machine spirit hesitated. Alpha Primus pushed. The assault ramp blew outward into the burning sky. Atmosphere slammed into the hold. 2 dead servitors were sucked out, spinning away as black shapes against the furnace glow. The ground rushed below them, a hell of trenches, artillery scars, burning barricades, and dying Skitarii formations. Alpha Primus stepped to the edge. Cord 88 transmitted a command query. Alpha Primus jumped. He fell through fire. Flak bursts flowered around him. Las beams crossed his descent in red lines. Autocannon shells hammered sparks from his armor. His purity seals burned at the edges. The world roared up beneath him. He saw the beachhead as a failing equation. Loyal Skitarii cohorts compressed into narrowing kill boxes. Cataphron wrecks burning in the mud. Onager dune crawlers firing from broken hull down positions as cultists swarmed their legs. Iron Strider engines collapsing under chain netting and melter charges. Rad zones marked by green warning ghosts. A command bastion at the center of the loyal line, its noospheric signal dead. Not dead. Captured. The enemy command node pulsed beside it, hidden under the corpse of the Imperial signal. Alpha Primus saw it as a bruise in the noosphere, a heretic relay feeding false withdrawal orders into loyal Skitarii neurosinks. It sat inside a walking shrine of black iron and meat, surrounded by renegade Skitarii and chanting labor thralls whose throats had been replaced with vox horns. He struck the ground in the middle of them. The impact killed the nearest bodies before he moved. Cultists burst outward in a ring of torn flesh and shattered bone. A renegade Skitarius vanished beneath his boots, reduced to red paste and broken steel. Alpha Primus rose from the crater with his force weapon in hand. The enemy had less than 1 second to understand what had arrived. It was not enough. He cut through the first rank with a single stroke. The blade passed through armor, augmetics, ribs, and weapon housings, leaving bodies to fall in sections. A radium carbine fired into his chest. The rounds blackened his plate and pattered away. He backhanded the shooter hard enough to tear the renegade's head and spine from the rest of his body. A heretic priest raised a staff of brass and sinew, screaming scrap code. Alpha Primus looked at him. The priest's skull exploded inside his hood. The walking shrine turned its gun limbs toward him. Its vox horns blared in Binharic blasphemy. Alpha Primus drove his force blade into the relay heart, mounted in its chest, and released a focused psychic pulse through the blackstone channels. The shrine convulsed. Every false order it had been transmitting reversed into a scream of system death. Its command core burst open, showering him in molten brass and cooked brain matter. Across the beachhead, loyal Skitarii froze for one fraction of a moment. Then their command net cleared. They rose as one. Radium carbines cracked in disciplined volleys, each shot carrying slow death into flesh already corrupted by worse masters. Galvanic rifles punched through armor and bone, their electromagnetic fury bursting hearts and augmetic cores. Arc rifles spat blue-white lightning that leapt from target to target, turning clusters of heretic infantry into twitching silhouettes. Plasma calivers sang, overheat runes flashing, their shots burning fist-sized holes through demons' swollen brutes. Phosphor weapons cast harsh white fire over trench lips, clinging to bodies, revealing targets, burning through skin and cloth and fat. Onager dune crawlers advanced on piston legs through the mud, their neutron lasers and eradication beams smashing enemy armor into burning ruin. Iron Strider engines loped beside them, long-legged and insectile, their riders transmitting target solutions without a word. Cataphron breachers ground forward through corpse-filled trenches, tracks chewing bodies into the mud, heavy arc weapons blasting demon engines and corrupted barricades. The mute combat servitors followed in clumsy ranks, firing until their arms locked, advancing until they were cut down, dying without sound. The trench ahead was full of burning machine oil and crushed bodies. Alpha Primus entered it first. Cult laborers came at him in a wave, screaming praise to gods that had already eaten them. Some had too many arms, some had no skin, some dragged mining saws and chain hooks. Some carried explosive charges chained to their own ribs. He met them with bolt fire. The Cawl pattern rifle bucked in his hand, each mass reactive round detonating inside bodies and turning torsos into red mist and bone fragments. He fired while moving, never wasting a shell, never acknowledging the blood that struck his armor. A plague mortar shell landed among the Forge militia behind him. The regiment had been pushing forward in ragged formation, men in soot-stained armor and respirator masks, carrying laser guns, stubbers, and scrap-built grenade launchers. They had seen him fall from the sky. They had seen him break the enemy command node. They had mistaken him for an angel. They shouted his name, though none of them knew it. Then the shell burst. Green smoke rolled through them. Armor blistered. Masks melted into faces. Men clawed at their throats as their lungs liquefied. Others swelled, split, collapsed, their bodies rupturing in fountains of black bile and steaming blood. A standard bearer tried to keep the regiment banner upright as his arms sloughed from the bone. He fell with the banner across him, still trying to salute. Alpha Primus stepped over the dying. One of them reached for his greave. The man's fingers left streaks of dissolving flesh across the grey ceramite. "Angel," the man gurgled. Alpha Primus did not look down. The objective remained. Ahead, the demon engine came through the smoke. It had once been a battle automata, perhaps, or a siege walker, or something noble in the service of Mars. Now it was a ribbed hull of black iron and wet flesh, moving on bladed limbs, its guns fused with screaming mouths. Chains hung from its flanks, each one ending in a hooked corpse. Its reactor core throbbed behind plates of bone and brass. The thing saw Alpha Primus and roared with all of its mouths. Cord 88's transmission cut across the noosphere. Enemy engine class uncertain. Reactor instability detected. Recommend withdrawal beyond blast radius. Alpha Primus ran toward it. The demon engine fired. Shells struck around him, blasting mud, bodies and Skitari into the air. One round hit his shoulder and spun him half a step. He kept running. Another struck his chest plate and detonated, cracking ceramite, driving pain through his ribs. He did not slow. The machine beast reared back to crush him beneath a bladed limb. He caught the limb in both hands. The impact drove his boots into the mud. For one heartbeat, the trench stopped watching war and watched impossibility. Alpha Primus tore the limb sideways. Metal screamed. Flesh cables snapped. The demon engine lurched, unbalanced. He stepped inside its guard, drove his gauntleted fingers between the plates of its ribbed hull, and pulled. The armor resisted. It had been forged to turn aside Lascanon fire and artillery. It had not been forged to resist him. The hull opened. Inside was a bound thing of nerves, eyes and hatred, suspended in cables around a reactor heart. It shrieked when the air touched it. Alpha Primus drove his force blade into the demon-bound core. The engine began to overload. Warning heat blossomed against his armor. The reactor screamed toward detonation. Cord 88 transmitted retreat commands. Skitari pulled back in perfect order. Mortals ran. Servitors did not understand and died where they stood. Alpha Primus held the blade in place and pushed with his mind. The reactor did not explode outward. It imploded. The demon engine collapsed into itself, plates folding, flesh vaporizing, guns bending inward as if crushed by the fist of an unseen god. The bound demon screamed once, high and furious, before Alpha Primus forced the psychic pressure through it and extinguished the thing's anchor to reality. The engine became a smoking mass of black iron, cooked meat, and silent gun mouths. Cord 88 recorded the kill. Then another. Then another. Alpha Primus moved through the trench system like a strategic correction delivered in flesh. He broke enemy pushes before they formed. He appeared where command logic predicted no reinforcement could arrive. He killed heretic officers, demon-bound engines, gene thieves, and corrupted Skitari with the same cold economy. His kill rate exceeded the Marshal's predictive thresholds, then exceeded the emergency thresholds, then surpassed the category Cord 88's internal logic reserved for Adeptus Astartes intervention. The Marshal opened a private tag within his battle record. not Space Marine, not Primaris, not Psyker, not Commander. He entered a new classification, singular strategic anomaly. Beneath the beachhead, beneath the trenches, beneath the furnace canals and refinery routes and corpse-compacted mud, something ancient received the tremor of that classification through stolen Auspex echoes and broken machine feeds. In a chamber of black stone and green light, a metal hand opened. Dust fell from fingers of living necrodermis. Thoct Mnemos awakened to the sensation of biological arrogance above his tomb. His thoughts unfolded in cold hierarchies: surface war, human industry, warp contamination, mechanicus infestation, crude transhuman signatures, one signature unlike the rest. The cryptex oculars ignited emerald in the dark. He tasted Alpha Primus through the instruments buried in the moon's bones, reading psychic force, genetic instability, artificial elevation, and the intolerable stink of mortal ambition reaching beyond its permitted shape. His voice emerged in the tomb chamber as a dry whisper of ancient metal. Bio-transcendent contamination. Around him, Necron warriors stirred in their alcoves. Thoct Mnemos turned his gaze upward, toward the war. Excise. Manufactorum Spine 9 rose from the killing fields like a vertical city built by a mad god of industry, and then abandoned to rot in the breath of hell. Its lower foundations were buried in trench systems, slag pits, and corpse mud. Its upper reaches vanished into the polluted storm ceiling, where furnace lightning crawled between smokestacks and cathedral cranes. Conveyor chapels wound around its exterior in vast spirals, some still moving despite bombardment, carrying ammunition crates, dead servitors, broken engines, and twitching biological waste toward destinations chosen centuries before by cogitators no living priest could fully understand. Hanging furnaces swung from chains thicker than hab towers, their mouths open and glowing, pouring molten waste down into canals where bodies and machine oil burned together. Cathedral cranes moved overhead with the slow menace of carrion birds. Each crane arm bore devotional scripture along its length, but the letters were blackened by soot and in places overwritten by heretic sigils that hurt mortal eyes. Gene vats lined the inner terraces behind cracked armor glass, each one vast enough to drown a god engine from the knees downward. Within some, pale shapes floated in preservative murk. Within others, the fluid had boiled away, leaving walls streaked with old protein sludge and the fused bones of whatever had once gestated there. The strike force breached through the western intake causeway beneath a rain of ash and falling embers. Cataphron breaches went first, tracked bodies grinding over rubble, torsion cannons sweeping in brutal arcs, heavy arc rifles whining as their capacitors built charge. Behind them came Skitari, in ordered cohorts, red robes hanging stiff with grime, galvanic rifles and radium carbines held in perfect readiness. Every footstep, every optics adjustment, every ammunition blessing moved in concert through Marshal Cord 88's command uplink. They were barely men. They were war logic wearing what remained of men. Each was a memory of flesh rebuilt for obedience, stripped of hesitation, sanctified by augmentation, and reduced to a necessary function in the Omnissiah's great equation. Alpha Primus walked at the center, not at the front, though the front bent around him. Not in command, though every command altered itself to his presence. He moved through the causeway under drifting sparks, the grey of his armor darkened by soot, the edges of Cawl's parchment seals charred from the descent. His force weapon hung at his side, its blackstone spine drinking the heat shimmer around it. His bolt rifle rested in his hands with the casual inevitability of an execution order. He felt the vault before the Auspex returns found it. It was below them, deep below Manufactorum Spine 9, beneath the conveyor chapels and furnace throats, beneath the loading cathedra and corpse reclamation levels, beneath the gene vats where failed creations slept in chemical dark. The vault did not speak in words. It thought in pain. It pressed against him through the stone and metal of the forge moon, not as a voice, but as a genetic memory clawing upward through the warp. It knew his blood. It knew the wrongness of him. It remembered the hands that had shaped him, because those hands had once shaped its locks. Alpha Primus stopped. The cohort behind him stopped as one. Cord 88 turned his skull helm a precise fraction. Advance interruption noted. Auspex does not confirm obstruction. It is below. Clarification requested. The objective vault has not been confirmed within current tactical radius. It has confirmed me. Magos Biologis Hestephon glided forward on jointed suspensor limbs, his brass sarcophagus body clicking, specimen canisters chiming softly against one another. His hooded face was a cluster of lenses, feeding needles and pale preserved skin. Impossible, Hestephon rasped. A sealed vault cannot perform active recognition without signal emission. I detect no coherent transmission, no heat bloom, no data pulse, no psychic beacon within sanctioned thresholds. Alpha Primus looked at him. The Magos fell silent. Cawl entered their minds in a burst of noospheric authority, so dense that half the Skitarii cohort lowered their weapons in automatic reverence before correction protocols forced them back into readiness. Proceed downward, Cawl transmitted. A second Cawl voice overlaid the first. Do not proceed without full Auspex confirmation. The structure predates 3 known collapses and 1 suspected Necron sublayer. A third voice cut across both. Ignore obstruction analysis. He senses it. He has always sensed what should have remained hidden. Cord 88 processed the contradiction for less than a heartbeat. Command conflict detected. Request hierarchy resolution. Hierarchy is resolved, said Alpha Primus aloud. We go down. That was not addressed to you, Cawl snapped through the noosphere. It is now. One of Cowl's inner voices laughed in a bright burst of scrap code. Another condemned the laugh as inefficient. A third muttered a calculation regarding structural collapse, expected casualties, and the value of Hestephon's continued function. The first attack came as a prayer. The vox lines filled with liturgy, not Imperial, not Mechanicus, not any sanctioned cant of Mars. It was Binharic dragged through meat. It stuttered into the strike force's uplinks as sacred logic turned inside out. Skitarii optics flashed warning amber. 3 forward soldiers froze mid-step, their rifles rising toward their own heads as enemy scrap code tried to rewrite obedience into suicide. Cord 88 severed the infected subroutine with clinical speed. Scrap code vector, kill zone formation, rad saturation pattern, helix mortis. The Skitarii split to either side of the causeway. Radium carbines barked in measured volleys, not at targets, but at predicted space. The air ahead turned poisonous with invisible death. Warning runes blinked across Alpha Primus's retinal feed as radiation levels climbed. Mortal flesh would have sickened, blistered and sloughed from bone in moments. The Skitarii advanced through it as though through incense. The shadows ahead opened. Murder servitors came crawling across the walls and ceiling, their limbs inverted, their faces sealed behind rusted iron masks. Each wore a human torso, grafted to industrial cutters, saws, hooks, and chemical injectors. Some had been fitted with corpse loudspeakers that wailed in the voices of children and priests. Others had explosives packed into their hollowed abdomens. They moved fast, faster than their bulk promised, scrabbling through the rad haze as their remaining organs failed and their augmetics drove them onward. The first wave died to galvanic fire. Electromagnetic rounds punched through skulls, drive cores and spinal implants. Bodies fell from the ceiling in wet impacts. Arc rifles spoke next, blue lightning crawling across packed servitor clusters, turning them into twitching heaps of meat and sparking metal. Then the Castellax came. They strode from the furnace smoke as iron giants, ancient battle automata bearing the shape of sacred mechanicum war machines, but bound now to demons that strained against the cages of their cores. Their armor plates had been carved with obscene equations. Horns of blackened steel rose from their shoulders. Furnace glow leaked from their eye slits. One dragged a power fist through the wall as it walked, showering sparks and pulverized stone. Another carried a Mauler cannon fused into its torso, the gun barrel lined with teeth. "Demon-bound automata," Hestephon hissed. "Preservation of sample fragments recommended." "Denied," said Cord 88. "Confirmed," said Alpha Primus. The Cataphron breachers anchored the corridor. Their tracks locked. Torsion cannons fired with a sound like reality being twisted around a metal spine. One Castellax lost an arm and half its torso, but kept walking, the demon inside it screaming through shredded vox horns. Heavy arc fire struck the second automata and crawled over its corrupted frame, overloading actuators, boiling oil from seams, bursting the flesh-grown cables pulsing between plates. The Heretic Skitari came behind them. They had once been kin to Cord 88's warriors. Red robes remained, though blackened, torn and re-stitched with strips of human hide. Their limbs had been replaced not merely with augmetics, but with fleshy gun tendrils, rusted blades, ribbed barrels, hooked cables, and swollen sacks of ammunition fluid. Some walked on backward-jointed legs. Some carried their heads in cages above their shoulders, while demon code drove their bodies from within the spine. Their optics glowed with violet infection. Their weapons sang scrap code with every discharge. Cord 88's loyalists answered with perfect hate. Rad saturation deepened. The causeway became a poisoned throat. Loyal Skitari formed overlapping fields of fire, kneeling, standing, advancing, withdrawing by command increments too precise for mortal judgment. Heretic rounds tore through them. A loyal ranger's head vanished in a burst of iron and blood. Another lost both arms and continued transmitting target data until a rusted blade opened his torso from throat to pelvis. A third kept firing while a fleshy gun tendril burrowed into his respirator and inflated his skull from within. The breachers held the center. Alpha Primus advanced through it, alone. He did not order the formation to open. It opened because every mind around him understood that proximity to him had become less safe than the enemy. He walked between rad fire and arc discharge, between the shells of demon automata and the shrieking advance of the corrupted. The enemy's discipline collapsed around him. Their targeting logic spasmed. Scrap code streams bent toward his psychic presence and broke apart like insects striking a furnace. Heretic Skitari, who should have fired into the loyal kill zones, turned their weapons toward him instead. Murder servitors abandoned flanking routes and hurled themselves into his path. The demon-bound Castellax shifted target priority with unnatural hunger. He had made himself bait. The enemy took it. The first Castellax swung at him with its power fist. Alpha Primus stepped beneath the blow and drove his force blade up through the automata's chest. The blackstone circuitry along the weapon's spine flared darkly, not with light, but with absence. He released a measured psychic charge through the blade. The demon within the automata screamed. Its scream became a burst of static. The machine spirit beneath the corruption shuddered awake for one final instant, long enough to hate what had been done to it. Alpha Primus ripped the blade free and turned. His mind opened. Not fully. Never fully. That way lay a crater of souls and meat. He released only a controlled fraction of what Cawl had made, and chained and feared. The psychic blast passed through the corridor without flame, without lightning, without visible force. Dozens of heretic skulls ruptured inside their helmets, not exploded outward in spectacle, but burst inward and sideways, bone fragments punching through lenses, blood spraying through respirator grills, brain matter steaming on cold iron. Fleshy gun tendrils spasmed and fired wild. Rusted blades fell from dead hands. Murder servitors collapsed mid-leap as the stolen impulses driving them were crushed. The demon code inside corrupted machine spirits ignited like oil under a torch. Weapon housings screamed. cogitators burst into white sparks. The remaining Castellax staggered, its bound demon clawing at the inside of its own iron prison as the corruption burned out strand by strand. Alpha Primus felt every death. He endured them as he endured all things. Behind him, Hestephon watched. The Magos biologists should have been directing specimen preservation, sampling corrupted tissue, updating Cawl on battlefield mutation patterns. Instead, every lens and hidden auspex in his sarcophagus body fixed on Alpha Primus. Data temptation overcame battlefield discipline. A slender scanning limb unfolded from beneath his robes, needle thin and trembling with hunger. Its lens focused on the exposed seal gaps around Alpha Primus's gorget, where the armor's restraint systems interfaced with flesh and nerve ports. The scan touched him. Alpha Primus turned before Hestephon could retract the limb. In that instant, the battle receded. The heretics, the burning automata, the rad haze, the machine chants, the dying Skitari, all became distant things. He felt the scan moving through him like cold fingers in an old wound. Hestephon's instruments tasted his blood resonance, organ architecture, gene strand layering, psychic conductivity, pain response, and chimeric instability. The Magos saw too much. Omnissiah preserved the pattern, Hestephon whispered. Not modified, not implanted, layered, chimeric, recursive. Classifications fail. Astartes markers present. Primaris architecture present. Additional strata unknown. Primarchal derivation suspected but unconfirmed. Impossible. Impossible. Beautiful. Alpha Primus crossed the distance between them with the speed of a fired shell. His hand closed around Hestephon's throat assembly and lifted the Magos from his suspensor cradle. Brass limbs scraped against the air. Specimen cylinders cracked. Hestephon's lenses flared white with panic as Alpha Primus drove him against the wall, hard enough to dent the plating. "Do not look inside me," Alpha Primus said. Hestephon's vocalizer emitted static. Data acquisition was necessary. Alpha Primus tightened his grip. Brass buckled. Preserved flesh split beneath the pressure. One more breath of force would tear the Magos' head and life systems from the sarcophagus. Cawl struck the noosphere like a thunderbolt. "Preserve him." Alpha Primus did not move. Cawl's voice returned, this time singular and cold. "Preserve him, Alpha Primus. That is not a request wearing politeness. It is command." The corridor shook as a breacher exploded behind them. Fragments of track, meat and armor clanged against the walls. Cord 88's Skitari adjusted the kill zone without comment. Alpha Primus held Hestephon for another heartbeat, then released him. The Magos crashed back into his suspensor cradle, throat assembly crushed, several limbs twitching. His lenses dimmed and brightened in terror. He tried to speak, failed, and transmitted a burst of apologetic Binharik instead. Alpha Primus turned away. "Scan me, again, and Cawl will need to preserve you in jars." "Threat logged," Hestephon rasped. "Promise." They moved downward. The strike force entered the inner spine through a breach carved by arc fire and torsion discharge. Beyond lay a shaft descending through the heart of Manufactorum Spine 9. Conveyor chapels rotated around it in broken spirals. Chains hung into darkness. Furnace heat rose from below. The walls were lined with gene vats, some cracked, some intact, some filled with pale, unfinished things that turned slowly in amniotic murk as the strike force passed. The vault waited at the bottom. Its door was not grand. That made it worse. No towering arch, no visible shrine, no guardian statues, only a circular slab of black metal set into the deepest wall, veined with old Martian script and sealed with genetic locks that stirred when Alpha Primus approached. Dust fell from the surrounding stone. The slab recognized the shape of his suffering. Cawl entered the noosphere again. This time, he said nothing. Alpha Primus placed his gauntlet against the door. Blood welled beneath his armor, not from a wound he remembered receiving, but from a wound the vault remembered for him. The door drank the offering through the ceramite, as if the armor were not there. Mechanisms awakened behind the slab. Ancient locks turned with the reluctant sound of buried guilt. The vault opened. Cold air breathed out. Inside was darkness, cogitator banks, suspended cables, gene altars, and a hololithic emitter standing in the center of a chamber, untouched by the battle above. Dust coated everything except the emitter. That device was clean, waiting. As Alpha Primus entered, the emitter ignited. A figure appeared in green-white light. Belisarius Cawl stood before them, but not the Cawl they knew. This Cawl was less vast, less layered, less crowded by centuries of self-revision. His robes were cleaner, his body was less monstrous, his face retained more flesh, his eyes were colder. "Activation recognized," said the recording. "Genetic key accepted. If this archive has opened, then the primary subject has survived beyond projected catastrophic rejection thresholds. This confirms partial viability of Project Primus Rex." Cowl's current voice whispered through the noosphere, almost too quiet to hear. "No," the younger recording continued. "Objective clarification. Project Primus Rex is not a Primarch creation attempt. Such phrasing is crude, politically inflammatory, and scientifically imprecise. Nor is the project an extension of standard Legiones Astartes implantation methodology or its later Primaris refinement. It is a bridge protocol, a controlled ascent between transhuman soldier and gene-wrought demigod, a weapon class intended to embody strategic singularity without the uncontrollable mythology of the Emperor's sons." Alpha Primus stared at the younger Cawl. The recording turned its head as if it could see him across centuries. "Subject designation Alpha Primus. Status, the first survivable failure." The vault cogitators awakened around them. Banks of dead screens flared into life. Scrolls of data unrolled in the air. Gene structures, organ maps, psychic tolerances, rejection cascades, pain thresholds, skeletal modifications, neural limiters, mortality projections, and battlefield command applications appeared in layered streams. Then a second file opened. Its title burned in red across the chamber. Replication requirements. The first corpse barge entered the Valtir war zone without challenge, because no living fleet officer wished to count the dead. It came in among hundreds of others, a swollen iron coffin dragged through the outer system by failing engines and the last obedience of its machine spirit. Its hull was black, with re-entry scorching and old plague marks. Its cargo holds were packed with bodies taken from Shrine Moon triage stations, void-crippled troop decks, ruptured barracks ships, and failed landings, men of the Astra Militarum, Forge Militia, servitors too broken to repair, Skitari, whose remaining flesh had outlived usefulness, priests with their mouths frozen around final prayers. The dead were everywhere in the Mordant Anvil subsector. They clogged its logistics, filled its holds, fed its reclamation furnaces, and smothered its ledgers beneath numbers no sane scribe could mourn. The diseased cruiser hid among them. It moved without the ponderous honesty of imperial voidcraft. It slid. Its silhouette changed when Auspex sweeps passed across it, iron becoming shadow, shadow becoming wreckage, wreckage becoming just another nameless casualty dragged inward by gravity and indifference. Its hull had once belonged to a vessel forged by human hands. That truth remained only in the placement of gun decks and the stubborn geometry of armor ribs beneath the new growth. Flesh-bridged plating where void shields had failed. Bone spars jutted from the prow like the teeth of a deep-sea predator. Veins pulsed beneath translucent membranes stretched across ruptured bays. Tumors of sensor tissue blinked along its flanks, tasting radiation, engine wash, distress codes, and blood. Within it, the laboratories were warm. Not warm like a ship should be. Warm like a body opened beneath lights. Fabius Bile stood amid hanging organs, glass cylinders and surgical engines whose limbs moved without visible command. The chamber around him breathed through organic vents. Its deck was metal, but the metal sweated. Specimen racks lined the walls, each one occupied by something that had been engineered, improved, punished, or not yet decided. Vat-born killers floated in translucent amniotic columns, their muscles overdeveloped, their skulls reinforced, their eyes sealed under pale membranes. Malformed new men crouched in restraint cages, whispering to each other in soft, precise voices, too intelligent to be animals and too deliberately made to be human. Gland hounds prowled between the surgical tables, lean, hairless and scarred, their senses sharpened until pain and devotion were indistinguishable. Emperor's children renegades lounged near the entrance, warriors in baroque, defaced plate, their armor lacquered in obscene colors and scraped clean of old discipline. They spoke little in Bile's presence. Even degenerates could recognize the danger of distracting a superior predator. Bile held the data shard between thumb and forefinger. The chirurgeon arched above him, its bladed limbs flexing with a lover's patience. Needles clicked, bone saws purred, vials of toxins and regenerative fluids glimmered in its grasp. The shard projected a degraded sequence into the humid air. Alpha Primus. Bile smiled again, as he had when the shard first spoke those words, but now the expression was smaller, hungrier, and older. Cawl has always had a theatrical weakness, he said. He buries his sins beneath cathedrals, wraps them in dogma, chains them with machine prayers, and then affects surprise when they begin to scream. A renegade champion shifted his weight by the door. His helm was shaped like a noble death mask, the beauty of it ruined by hooks driven through the cheeks. Is it worth the risk, apothecary? Bile did not look at him. That question contains more cowardice than curiosity. The warrior stiffened. Bile turned the shard slightly, watching the light catch in the blood-slick creases of his glove. The vault is valuable. Data is always valuable when it has been hidden by frightened men. But you misunderstand the hierarchy of significance. The vault is a reliquary. Alpha Primus is the relic. The champion gave a low, amused growl, one of Cawl's grey giants. No. Bile's voice sharpened, though never rose. Do not comfort yourself with inaccurate categories. A space marine is a weapon assembled from ritualized implantation and ancient biological compromise. A Primaris marine is a revision, taller, stronger, marginally more efficient, and wrapped in Gilliman's administrative vanity. This creature is neither. He turned, and the laboratories seemed to listen with him. Cawl did not merely improve a soldier. He attempted to continue an argument begun by the Emperor, and like all lesser minds standing before genius, he mistook proximity for comprehension. One of the gland hounds whined softly. Bile reached down and stroked its raw scalp with almost paternal gentleness. Chaos would call this blasphemy. The Imperium would call it heresy. Both terms are excuses used by frightened cultures when confronted with a knife sharp enough to cut their myths open. The hound pressed its skull to his palm. I do not worship the warp, Bile continued. I do not kneel to laughter in the dark. I dissect what lesser beings mistake for divinity. I bargain when bargaining is useful. I harvest when harvesting is required. Gods are only ecosystems with voices. He closed his fingers around the shard. Prepare the hounds. Wake the vat-born. Release the surgical skulls. I want him alive if possible. Viable if not. The champion inclined his head. And if he cannot be taken? Bile's smile returned. Then I will take what I require. On Valtir, the vault breathed cold air, while the world above burned. Alpha Primus stood before the opened file named Replication Requirements and felt the chamber press against the inside of his skull. The words hung in red light across the air, each character a wound that had learned geometry. Around him, cogitator banks awakened by increments, their ancient fans choking on dust, their screen faces flickering with gene maps and rejection cascades. The younger Cawl recording remained suspended above the central emitter, patient and merciless, a ghost made from arrogance and prior certainty. Current Cawl raged through the noosphere. "Do not access the file." Another of his voices cut across the first. "Access the file immediately before corruption loss increases." A third voice hissed, "Purge the chamber. Purge it. I did not leave this. I would remember leaving this." "You remember what survived yourself," Alpha Primus said. Cord 88's cohort held the vault threshold. Skitari knelt and stood in interlocking fire lines beyond the doorway, their rifles aimed into the dark access corridors. Cataphron breachers anchored the passage behind them, tracks locked, arc weapons whining softly as they drank charge from backpack reactors. Hestephon had recovered enough from Alpha Primus's grip to function, though one side of his vocalizer still spat static, and his crushed throat assembly leaked preservation fluid down the front of his brass sarcophagus. The Magos biologist stared at the file with naked hunger. "Replication data," he whispered. "Even partial, even unstable, even corrupted, it would alter every known transhuman branch of Imperial bioscience. Lord Cawl, preservation is mandated by the quest for knowledge." "Preservation is not possession," Alpha Primus said. Hestephon's lenses twitched away from him. "Of course, naturally, indisputably." The noosphere changed. At first it was subtle, a tremor in the command net, a devotional ping from a distant Mechanicus asset, a wounded transmission crawling through static. Then it multiplied. Icons appeared across Cord 88's internal display. Forge assets isolated in Manufactorum Spine 9. Onager units cut off in the eastern causeway. A wounded Skitari macroclade trapped inside a corpse processing artery. Servitor ammunition trains under assault. A plasma shrine requesting immediate relief before detonation. Each signal bore correct encryption. Each used Mechanicus distress cadence. Each called for aid in the approved structure of command necessity. Cord 88 processed the requests and turned his helm toward Alpha Primus. "Multiple ground assets require reinforcement. Loss of plasma shrine would compromise exterior withdrawal route. Loss of ammunition train would reduce cohort sustainment by severe margins. Recommend division of force." Hestephon's limbs clattered. "Unacceptable. Division invites annihilation. Yet if the plasma shrine detonates, the western spine collapses, and with it our extraction path. Lord Cawl, command clarification." Cawl answered in fragments. "Secure the vault. Preserve ground assets. Do not abandon the plasma shrine. Do not divide before data recovery. Use Alpha Primus as mobile correction. Keep Alpha Primus in the vault. Cord 88 absorb the contradictions without distress." Command conflict unresolved. Alpha Primus looked at the red file, then at the doorway, then back at the file. "We hold the vault." Cord 88 accepted it instantly. Affirmed. Ground assets are secondary. Hestephon recoiled as much as his suspensor frame allowed. There are 3 maniples and 911 Skitari beyond those signals. Hundreds of thousands of forged serfs will die if the plasma shrine fails. They were dead when the signal reached us. You cannot know that. I know the shape of bait. The Magos turned toward Cord 88, as if hoping for protest from a creature rebuilt for obedience. The Marshal said, "Alpha Primus assessment is consistent. With enemy intent. Approval logged." Hestephon's voice lowered into a horrified rasp. "You approve abandoning Cowl's ground assets?" "I approve mission continuity." The first dead Skitarius walked into the threshold. He came alone, limping through the dark corridor beyond the vault door. His red robe was shredded, his rifle dragged behind him. Half his skull was missing, but his legs still moved. Cord 88's cohort did not fire. For one fraction of a second, command recognition runes identified the corpse as loyal. That was the only second the enemy required. The dead Skitarius opened from throat to groin. A living servitor was folded inside him. It screamed as it detonated. The blast tore through the threshold. Skitari vanished in fire and flesh. Armor fragments rang against the vault walls. 2 rangers were thrown backward, their robes burning, their augmetics twitching. A Cataphron breacher absorbed the worst of the blast on its frontal plating, tracks grinding backward as shrapnel hammered dents across its hull. Through the smoke came the Gene Thieves. They did not charge like cultists. They did not advance like soldiers. They came in low and fast through the corpse steam, pale bodies folded close to the ground, limbs too long, hands tipped with surgical claws and bone injectors. Their faces were human only by insult. Each had been bred with a specific purpose: muscles for speed, cartilage for compression through vents and body piles, eyes designed to read armor seals, tongues fitted with toxin sacs, fingers ridged with harvesting needles. Behind them lumbered vat-born killers, swollen things wrapped in slab muscle and grafted armor, their skulls reinforced with ridges of bone and ceramite plates. They carried chain cleavers, hook guns, and impact mauls. Some bore the heraldic scraps of the Emperor's children, not as honors, but as laboratory jokes. The vault threshold became a slaughter line. Loyal Skitari fired in perfect volleys. Radium rounds punched into Gene Thieves and seeded them with cellular death, but many kept coming long after their organs should have failed. Galvanic shots snapped limbs backward. Arc fire turned vat-born muscle into steam. The breachers opened with heavy weapons, blasting chunks from the corridor walls and reducing attackers to twitching ruin. Still they came. They used the dead as cover. Skitari corpses rose with explosive charges, hidden beneath their robes. Living servitors, their mouths sewn shut and eyes wide with unremoved terror, staggered forward with bombs pulsing inside their rib cages. Every detonation forced the loyal formation back another step. Alpha Primus moved into the center. A Gene Thief leapt for his throat. He caught it by the face and fired his bolt rifle one-handed into its abdomen. The mass reactive shell detonated inside the creature, bursting its torso across the wall in a fan of ribs, black blood, and engineered viscera. He threw the head aside before the body finished falling. A vat-born killer swung a chain cleaver at his helm. Alpha Primus met the blow with his force blade. Teeth screamed against Blackstone circuitry. He stepped forward, drove his shoulder into the creature's chest, crushed its sternum inward, and thrust the blade up beneath its jaw. Psychic force traveled along the weapon. The vat-born skull burst open from within, spraying bone, brain tissue, and steaming gene broth across Alpha Primus's pauldron. Another came behind him. He turned too late for a mortal, exactly in time for himself. The impact maul struck his side and cracked one layer of armor. Pain flared. He seized the weapon haft, tore it from the vat-born's grip, and rammed the head of it back through the creature's face. Its reinforced skull collapsed in stages. First the nose, then the eye sockets, then the entire front of the head folded inward, leaving the thing standing for 2 heartbeats before its body understood death. A cluster of Gene Thieves swarmed his legs, claws searching for armor seals. One found the inner joint at his left thigh and drove a harvesting needle through the body glove beneath. Alpha Primus snarled. The sound was not loud. It was enough. Psychic pressure burst outward in a tight ring. The Gene Thieves around him convulsed. Their spines snapped. Their eyes ruptured. Their organs pulped inside their own skin. They fell away in wet heaps, limbs still twitching with stolen purpose. But the needle had tasted blood. Alpha Primus felt it. So did someone else. A vat-born wearing a bronze skull mask stepped from the smoke. Its body was larger than the others, its muscles striated with surgical seams, its left arm replaced by a speaking apparatus of brass tubes and wet vocal cords. When it spoke, the voice was not its own. "Cawl's almost son," said Fabius Bile. Alpha Primus turned toward the proxy. The fighting continued around them. Skitari died in disciplined silence. Gene Thieves were cut down by radfire. A breacher crushed a vat-born beneath its tracks and fired an arc blast point blank into another, blowing it apart in a storm of cooked meat. Hestephon retreated behind a cogitator altar, clutching his specimen canisters like holy relics. The proxy smiled with lips not designed for the expression. "You are taller than the report suggested. More composed, too. I expected screaming. Cawl's hands usually leave more obvious damage on the soul." Alpha Primus raised his bolt rifle. The proxy held up its remaining hand. "Spare me the insult of thinking this body matters. I am observing through meat, not inhabiting it. Shoot, if the gesture comforts you." "It will not comfort me." "No, I suspect very little does." Alpha Primus fired. The bolt round struck the proxy in the chest and detonated. Armor, ribs, and engineered lung matter burst outward. The creature staggered, but the speaking apparatus remained intact, fused to a secondary heart. Bile's voice continued through bubbling fluids. "The vault is charming, crude in places, inspired in others, but it is only a record. You are the achievement, the Emperor's insult repeated by an inferior hand." Alpha Primus advanced through the gunsmoke. Bile laughed softly through the dying proxy. "Do you know what you are? Not what Cawl named you? Not what Guilliman tolerates? Not what frightened priests classify in sealed addenda? You are an argument. You are proof that the sacred architecture of mankind's angels was never sacred at all. It can be edited, it can be worsened, it can be surpassed." Alpha Primus drove his force blade into the proxy's abdomen and lifted it from the floor. "Where are you?" "Elsewhere," Bile said, blood bubbling from the mask. "Always elsewhere when fools begin swinging blades." Alpha Primus channeled psychic force through the weapon. The proxy's nervous system burned. Its limbs locked. The brass speaker tube screamed. Bile's voice emerged one last time, amused through the agony of borrowed flesh. "You think I came to defeat you?" Alpha Primus twisted the blade. The proxy split open. Its organs spilled down the front of its body in black ropes. The bronze mask cracked. Still, the voice spoke from somewhere deep in the ruined chest. "I needed one viable tissue sample." Alpha Primus felt the wound at his thigh throb. Across the vault ceiling, half hidden among cables and dust, a chirurgeon skull detached from shadow. It was small, silent, and slick with his blood held inside a crystal needle. Its suspensors whined as it darted backward into a ventilation shaft no wider than a man's arm. Alpha Primus raised his rifle. The skull vanished before he fired. Bile's laughter faded from the broken proxy as the body collapsed around the blade. Far above, beyond the corpse barges, aboard the warm and breathing cruiser, Fabius Bile watched a droplet of Alpha Primus's blood pulse inside a vial. He did not pray. He began to work. The outer system changed when Guilliman's warships arrived. It did not become safer. Safety was a lie told by priests to children and by officers to men already marching toward the guns. It became ordered. That was different. The killing did not lessen, but it gained columns, ledgers, priority runes, deployment corridors, and acceptable margins. The Imperium did not halt slaughter. It administered it. The first sign was not visual. It was noospheric discipline pressing through the static of the mordant anvil subsector, a cold lattice of command logic descending over panic. Then came the astropathic confirmations, transmitted through choirs whose minds cracked under the strain of speaking across a wounded void. Then came the Auspex returns. Imperial Navy battle groups entered in layered formation beyond Valtyr's gravity well, their prows dark against the star glare, their engines burning like chains of caged suns. Battleships came with cathedral hulls and kilometer-long gun decks, each broadside capable of reducing cities to glowing mineral scars. Cruisers formed in escort phalanxes, void shields overlapped, lance arrays charged, torpedo tubes awakened with the reverent patience of executioners. Frigates and destroyers swarmed before them in disciplined screens, hunting mines, Heretech raiders, and debris fields full of screaming life signs. Behind them came the detachments of the Indomitus Crusade. Strike cruisers bearing the cobalt heraldry of Ultramar descended through the outer kill zone without haste, and without waste. Their machine spirits transmitted identification codes clean enough to cut through the storm of corruption. Battle barges held formation at the rear, vast and solemn, their launch bays opening like the mouths of fortresses. Dropcraft descended, gunships launched, fire support grids bloomed across the void. The war around Valtyr, which had been a riot of dying armies and fractured command, felt the arrival of a mind that believed every death should be spent correctly. Administratum vessels followed at a distance, pale and bloated ships full of scribes, cogitators, casualty priests, and tithe assessors. Their holds contained no mercy. They brought ledgers. Across the subsector, deaths were counted in millions per hour. The ledgers did not weep. They adjusted ink supply. On Valtyr's surface, Alpha Primus felt the change before the Vox confirmed it. He stood in the opened vault beneath Manufactorum Spine 9, surrounded by burned machine banks, dead Skitari, ruptured gene thieves, and the cooling remains of Fabius Bile's proxy creature. The file named Replication Requirements still glowed across the chamber in red light, though Cord 88 had placed a noospheric quarantine around it, and Hestephon had been warned, with sufficient clarity, not to touch the data without permission. The warning had not removed the Magos's hunger. It had merely taught it to hide. Cowl's voice whispered and argued across the command channels, some of his selves demanding immediate extraction, others insisting that the file be copied, still others ordering quarantine, incineration, preservation, denial, and theological silence in overlapping bursts of command. Then another voice entered the war. It did not shout. It did not need to. By authority of the Lord Commander's seal, operational command of Loyalist forces within Valtyr's theatre grid, Sigma Ferrum, is transferred to Captain Vitrian Messinius, White Consuls, attached to the Indomitus Crusade Command Echelon. All assets will acknowledge. Cord 88 acknowledged first. His obedience was swift, precise, and joyless. Hestephon hesitated until Cawl hissed through a private channel, then acknowledged with static-edged reluctance. Alpha Primus did not acknowledge. The vault's upper access corridors shook as drop impacts struck the Manufactorum districts above. Not the disorderly rain of damaged landers and dying barges this time. These were controlled insertions, drop pods, gravcraft, repulsor landings, Thunderhawk afterburners. The sound of the Adeptus Astartes arriving where the war had grown too complicated for lesser men to die efficiently. Minutes later, Ultramarines entered the vault approach. They did not rush. They secured. Intercessor squads advanced in two disciplined lines through the corpse processing corridor, bolt rifles raised, helm lenses sweeping left and right in precise overlapping arcs. Their blue armor was scarred by descent heat and ash, but their heraldry remained clear beneath the grime. White tactical markings, gold honor trim, oaths of moment sealed to pauldrons. Behind them moved hellblasters, with plasma incinerators held low, coils dim but ready, their sergeant marking firing lanes with controlled hand signals. A Redemptor. Dreadnought followed in the widened passage beyond, its sarcophagus face lit by cold optics, heavy onslaught cannon rotating with a low mechanical growl. Through the breached outer wall, the blunt forms of repulsor grav tanks hovered over the Manufactorum terraces, their anti-grav plates screaming under the weight of armor and weaponry, their turrets traversing toward distant enemy concentrations. At their center came Captain Vitrian Messinius. He was taller than mortals, broader than any baseline man, clad in warplate that carried the scars of battles fought under the resurrected Primarch's banner. He bore himself with the severe dignity of a warrior who had learned to distrust miracles while serving among them. His helm was mag-locked at his hip. His face was hard, pale, lined by duty rather than age. He looked first at the dead, then at the vault, then at Alpha Primus. There was recognition in his eyes, recognition and caution. "Alpha Primus," Messinius said. "Captain Messinius." The Ultramarines around them held their silence. Astartes' stillness was not human stillness. It was potential violence waiting for command. Messinius looked at the red file burning in the chamber. You are standing inside a restricted genetic archive during an active Xenos, heretic and traitor incursion. Yes. Cawl's work? Alpha Primus did not answer. That is answer enough. Messinius stepped farther into the vault. You warned me once not to trust everything the Archmagos says. I remember. Does that warning apply here? It applies most where he is proudest. Cawl's voice cracked through the noosphere. I object to the framing of this exchange. Messinius ignored him with the practiced discipline of a warrior obeying higher command while despising the tool required to enact it. The Lord Commander's orders are explicit. Recover the data if it can be secured. Destroy it if risk of dissemination exceeds strategic value. Prevent replication under all circumstances. The administrator repeats himself. Several ultramarines shifted, not enough to aim, enough to mark insult. Messinius's expression hardened. You will not speak of the Primarch with contempt in my presence. Alpha Primus looked at him. Then leave. The silence after that had weight. The Redemptor Dreadnought's cannon continued rotating. One of the Hellblasters tightened his grip on his weapon. Cord 88's Skitari, still holding position at the rear, registered probable intra-imperial escalation and began calculating casualty radii. Messinius did not reach for his blade. That was why he remained dangerous. You are not under my command by nature, he said. You are under my command by necessity. I will not call you brother. Correct. The word was flat. It struck harder than anger would have. Messinius studied him for a long moment. Good. Then we understand each other. Do we? We understand enough to prosecute the war. The captain turned, and command moved with him. Sergeant Acasta, establish perimeter in the lower nave. Hellblasters will hold the western corridor and deny heavy advance. Repulsor units will stabilize the Manufactorum terraces and open orbital fire corridors through the upper furnace stacks. Redemptor Helios will anchor the breach. Skitari Marshal, integrate your rad saturation zones with our advance. No overlap with plasma lanes unless explicitly ordered. Magos Hestephon, you will remain under guard and touch nothing without sanction. Hestephon emitted a wounded burst of static. My expertise is essential. So is your restraint. Cord 88 inclined his helm. Integration accepted. Rad saturation adjusted to avoid Astartes lanes. Projected kill efficiency improved. Messinius looked back to Alpha Primus. You will accompany the main push. We secure the route from this vault to the outer extraction corridor. Once the corridor is stable, we decide the fate of the archive. No. The captain's eyes narrowed. Clarify. The main push dies if it follows the planned route. Messinius did not look away. On what basis? Alpha Primus tilted his head, listening to something below the sound of guns, below the noospheric static, below the groaning of the wounded Manufactorum. The pain in his blood had changed. Beneath it was a cold geometry, a path where no path should be, a tunnel not dug, not drilled, not bored through earth, but phased through matter by a civilization that had never asked permission from reality. Necron phase tunnel, he said, beneath the advance line. Cord 88's optics flickered as he searched. No Auspex confirmation. Messinius said, our scans show collapsed ferrocrete, buried coolant arteries and rad-flooded maintenance shafts. No tunnel. It is there. Instinct is not doctrine. No, it is older. The ultramarine captain's voice grew colder. We do not abandon a coordinated plan because Cawl's weapon feels pain in a useful direction. Alpha Primus stepped past him. Messinius's hand went to the hilt of his sword. Hold. Alpha Primus continued walking. The Redemptor Dreadnought shifted, massive feet grinding the floor. Intercessors turned their weapons by fractions, not aiming, not yet. Hellblasters watched their sergeant. Cord 88 marked the moment as a command fracture. Alpha Primus, Messinius said, You will obey theater command. Alpha Primus reached the corridor intersection and turned away from the planned route. No! Masinius's voice cracked like a bolter shot. Damn you! Hold position! The world opened beneath the planned advance line. There was no warning roar, no rumble of mining charges, no artillery tremor. The ferrocrete simply ceased to be continuous. Green light flared under the floor. Matter shifted out of phase. The corridor where Masinius had intended to send 2 intercessor squads and the Hellblaster reserve folded downward into impossible angles. Necron warriors rose through the collapsing surface in ordered ranks, their bodies of living metal reflecting furnace light, their gas flares held with ancient precision. Behind them came immortals, heavier, broader, their weapons glowing with atomizing hunger. The first volley cut through the empty position Alpha Primus had refused to occupy. Green beams sliced the air where Space Marines would have stood. The rear edge of the corridor disintegrated. Ferrocrete, metal, dust and corpses dissolved into streams of emerald particles. One Skitarius too close to the breach vanished from the chest outward, his augmetic spine standing for half a heartbeat before it too came apart into glittering motes. Masinius moved instantly. Contact, Necron emergence, fire lanes right, Hellblasters, overcharged by squad rotation, intercessors, controlled volleys, Redemptor Helios, suppress the breach, repulsors, orbital corridor now. The Ultramarines obeyed without confusion. Bolter fire thundered. Plasma incinerators screamed as Hellblasters unleashed sun-hot fury into the Xenos ranks. The Redemptor dreadnought strode forward, cannon roaring, storm of shells hammering Necron warriors apart, even as living metal tried to knit them back together. Skitari added rad and arc fire from the flanks, their volleys perfectly placed into the gaps left by Astartes' fire discipline. Alpha Primus was already moving toward the deeper breach. Something larger climbed from the green light. It had the shape of a lord and the posture of a butcher. Its body was skeletal necrodermis, plated and bladed, its lower frame augmented for annihilation rather than command. A destroyer lord rose from the phase tunnel on a platform of anti-grav malice, its limbs ending in weapons and claws, its mind a cold shard of hatred refined across aeons. It looked upon the loyalists without anger, because anger implied heat. It carried only purpose, erasure. Its war scythe swept down. Alpha Primus met it with his force blade. The impact cracked the air. Blackstone circuitry along his weapon flared dark. Emerald lightning crawled across the Necron blade. The Destroyer Lord pressed forward with strength beyond flesh. Alpha Primus felt the force travel through his arms, through ceramite, through reinforced bone and rewritten muscle. The floor beneath his boots fractured. The Xenos spoke in a voice like metal scraped across a tomb wall. Biological error. Alpha Primus drove a knee into the grav platform, cracking its casing. You first. The Destroyer Lord's free claw punched through his side. Ceramite split. Reinforced fiber bundles snapped. The claw sank into flesh beneath the armor and came out dark with blood. A wound like that would have crippled a Primaris Marine. Forced organ response, demanded apothecarian intervention. Alpha Primus exhaled once and seized the Destroyer Lord by the throat. He released his mind. The nearest Ultramarine librarian recoiled before the power manifested. Epistolary Marcellin had been advancing with the reserve, blue armor marked by psychic wards, force stave in hand, hooded helm crowned with conduits and purity seals. He had stood beside warriors through demonic storms and heard the warp claw at reality. He had felt the souls of brothers burn like disciplined flames in the dark. He had never felt anything like Alpha Primus. It was not the light of a warrior's soul. It was a furnace behind locked doors. The psychic force slammed into the Destroyer Lord, not as raw blast, but as pressure directed into the living metal's self-repairing logic. Necron necrodermis tried to flow, tried to close wounds, tried to correct damage, as it had done for millions of years. Alpha Primus held that process still by hatred, will, and the blackstone focus of his blade. For one impossible moment, the Xeno's construct could not heal. He cut it apart. First the arm bearing the war scythe, then the grav platform, then the torso, split from hip to shoulder by a strike that poured psychic force into the wound. The Destroyer Lord clawed at him with its remaining limb, tearing more armor from his chest, opening flesh beneath. Alpha Primus stepped into the damage and drove his blade through the thing's skull. The psychic detonation was contained within the Necron's head. Its oculars flashed green, then black. Alpha Primus tore the blade free and ripped the body in half before regeneration could resume. The sundered halves fell into the phase breach, twitching, living metal trying and failing to remember a whole shape. The Ultramarines saw. They saw him bleeding from wounds that should have brought even one of Guilliman's improved sons to a knee. They saw him continue as if pain were weather. They saw psychic force bend around him so densely that dust lifted from the floor and dead blood crawled toward his boots. They saw Necrons recoil, not in fear as men knew it, but in recalculation. Massinius saw too. His face gave away nothing. His sword was in his hand now, its blade wet with the light of dead Xenos. All units advance by corrected route. Alpha Primus's vector is now primary. Mark the phase breach for orbital denial. No pursuit into Xenos substructure until authorized. Alpha Primus looked at him through the smoke. You adapt. I command, Massinius said. Adaptation is included. The battle did not end. It widened. Necron warriors continued to rise through the wounded floor. Repulsor fire hammered down from the terraces. Orbital lances, guided through narrow corridors between furnace stacks, struck surface routes and sealed two Xenos emergence points in columns of white fire. Intercessors advanced by squad, firing, reloading, firing again. Hellblasters rotated overcharge cycles with codex precision, one line firing while another vented heat. Skitarii filled the gaps with rad and arc fire, obedient machines of flesh and steel fighting beside the Emperor's angels without brotherhood or awe. Marcellin came near Alpha Primus when the immediate breach was contained.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
The librarian's helm lenses fixed upon the blood running down the grey armor. You are wounded. Yes. You should withdraw for treatment. No. Marcellin hesitated. I would read the injury. There may be Xenos contamination. Alpha Primus turned his black eyes upon him. Do not. The librarian did anyway, not deeply, not invasively, merely touching the edge of psychic perception toward the wound and the being beneath the armor. He saw locked doors, thousands of them. Behind each one screamed a memory that did not belong to one life. Gene memory, surgical memory, pain encoded into flesh before thought had formed around it. He saw amniotic dark. He saw Cawl's hands multiplied by centuries. He saw Guilliman's seal like a cold star over a table of knives. He saw the Sang Primus Portum as a radiance filtered through red machine lenses. He saw failed shapes drowning. He saw a shadow in the outline of a Primarch with no face, screaming without sound. And behind all of it stood Cawl. Not the Archmagos as a body, Cawl as architecture, Cawl as cage, Cawl as maker and jailer and priest of an equation that should have been left unsolved. Marcellin broke contact. He staggered. An intercessor sergeant reached to steady him. The librarian waved him away, breathing hard, psychic hood sparking. Alpha Primus watched him without pity. I warned you. Yes, Marcellin said, voice rough through his helm grill. You did. The route to the vault was secured by fire, discipline, and the spending of lives measured without sentiment. The Necron ambush had failed to annihilate the Imperial advance, but it had revealed the truth beneath Manufactorum Spine 9. The Xenos were not merely present. They were awake, coordinated, and moving toward the same buried secret as every other predator in the war zone. Messinius stood beside a cracked support pillar as casualty reports scrolled across his vambrace. His warriors moved around him, reorganizing formations, redistributing ammunition, marking the dead for retrieval, or later honor if retrieval proved impossible. Duty first, mourning later, perhaps never. Marcellin approached him. The librarian had removed his helm. His face was ashen, his eyes ringed dark from psychic backlash. Messinius looked up once. "Report." Marcellin glanced toward Alpha Primus, who stood alone at the edge of the phase scar, bleeding into his armor, staring down into the green darkness as if it had insulted him personally. "He is not merely dangerous," the librarian said. Messinius's jaw tightened. "I did not ask for reassurance. You will receive none. I tried to read him. That was unwise." "Yes. What did you see?" Marcellin swallowed. Around them, the war continued to thunder. Above them, the manufactorum burned. Beneath them, the Necron tomb opened its eyes. The librarian spoke quietly, so only the captain heard. "He is a breach. Not in the warp. Not exactly. He is a walking breach in the categories by which the Imperium understands its own angels." Messinius looked again at Alpha Primus. The grey warrior did not turn. Marcellin continued, voice low with dread. "He is not our brother, Captain." Messinius watched blood drip from Alpha Primus's gauntlet onto the dead metal floor. "No," he said. "He told me that already." They went down because the war above had become too loud for truth. Manufactorum Spine 9 trembled around them as if the forge moon were trying to cough its own bones into the void. The upper levels burned in sheets of furnace flame and phosphor glare. Repulsor engines thundered along the terraces. Ultramarines' fire teams prosecuted the retreating heretic lines with disciplined wrath, each advance measured, each kill spent toward an objective. Skitarii cohorts moved between them in red and iron currents, their radium carbines clicking through ammunition cycles as their bodies bled radiation into the air. Beneath all of it, deeper than the corpse processing arteries, deeper than the gene vats and the conveyor chapels, something ancient waited with the patience of a tomb. The descent shaft opened where no Imperial architect had intended a descent shaft to be. It had been revealed by the Necron ambush, a wound in the manufactorum floor, rimmed by melted ferrocrete and green light. The shaft did not descend straight. It unfolded. Its geometry mocked human expectation, slanting through matter that should have been solid, curving through walls without breaking them, passing beneath sealed machine foundations as though the Forge Moon's industry had been poured unknowingly over an alien skeleton. Captain Vitrian Messinius stood at the rim, helm sealed, blade drawn, his blue armor blackened by ash and scored by Gauss fire. "We proceed in bounded formation," he said. "Intercessors forward, Hellblasters in reserve. Redemptor Helios remains above as anchor. Skitarii elements provide auspex and flank denial. No pursuit beyond command range, no deviation without confirmation." Alpha Primus stepped past him and entered the green light. Messinius did not curse. He was too disciplined for that. His silence carried the shape of one. "Correct the formation," he ordered. "Follow." Cord 88 transmitted compliance before his vocal unit spoke. His Skitarii descended in silence, robes brushing against alien stone, their optics adjusting to spectral frequencies that hurt the remaining organic portions of their brains. Magos biologis. Hestephon followed under guard, his suspensor frame whining softly, his specimen canisters empty now, except for longing. Epistolary Marcellin came behind Messinius, psychic hood dimmed, force stave in hand, his presence hooded and cautious after what he had seen within Alpha Primus's soul. The walls changed as they descended. Imperial Gothic gave way reluctantly at first. Aquilus and Cog skull reliefs remained visible above them, stamped into support pillars and foundation plates. Then the symbols ended. The stone became black. Not stone, Marcellin realized, Blackstone, smooth, absolute swallowing lumen light and returning it as cold reflection. Pylons rose from the floor in blade, like clusters, etched with lines of emerald fire. Corridors intersected without joining. Doors existed as suggestions until approached, then became walls. Walls folded into corridors. The party passed through a chamber where gravity inverted without warning, and 3 Skitarii rose from the floor into the ceiling, hard enough to crack their spinal mounts before their maglocks engaged and dragged them back down. No one spoke for several breaths after that. The Necron prison did not feel ruined. It felt offended by occupation. It had slept beneath Val Tyr while the Mechanicus built above it. Forge temples, reactor shrines, loading spines, titan cradles, gene vaults, corpse yards, all of it raised across the crust by men who believed they had mastered the moon. Beneath their boots, alien corridors had waited. Beneath their prayers, Xenos machines had listened. Beneath their omniscient certainties, Blackstone had counted the centuries without care. Alpha Primus felt his pain change. Above, pain was constant. It belonged to him, as marrow belonged to bone. Here, it moved by zone and angle. In one corridor, the Blackstone dulled him, pressing his thoughts inward until his mind felt locked behind iron. The ache behind his eyes diminished, and for an instant, the absence was so unexpected that he nearly stopped. Relief was not peace. Relief was another kind of threat. Then they crossed beneath a leaning pylon, and his psychic presence surged. A Skitarius 10 paces behind him collapsed without being struck. Blood ran from every seam in the warrior's helm. Another dropped to one knee as his internal cogitator overloaded. Marcellin hissed a warning and raised his psychic warding. Messinius turned his helm toward Alpha Primus. "Control yourself." Alpha Primus kept walking. "Tell the tomb to stop amplifying me." "This place is reactive," Marcellin said. His voice was strained. "The Blackstone is not uniform. Some of it dampens the warp. Some of it channels pressure through floors. There are fractures here." "Warp fractures?" Messinius asked. "Yes." Cord 88 added, "Substructure readings detect non-Euclidean voids beneath the present level. Phase interference increasing. Hostile probability absolute." The Necrons came with no battle cry. Warriors advanced from the far end of the corridor in deathless ranks, their metal feet striking the black floor in perfect rhythm. Their skull faces were expressionless. Their emerald eyes burned without hatred. Gauss flayers rose as one. They did not hurry. They did not need courage. Courage was for flesh that feared ending. These things had outlived ending, until even death had become an administrative inconvenience. "Contact," Messinius said. "Fire by squad. First rank kneel." Bolters thundered. Mass reactive rounds detonated against living metal torsos, blowing rib cages apart, tearing arms free, bursting skulls into silver fragments. The Necrons fell, and as they fell, their bodies tried to repair. Metal flowed like mercury across wounds. Broken hands twitched toward fallen weapons. Severed heads rotated on the floor, eyes still shining. Hellblasters fired. Plasma washed the corridor in blue-white fury. Necron warriors vanished in sun-hot bursts, torsos vaporized, legs left striding for another half-step before collapse. Skitarii added galvanic fire and arc discharge, their volleys precise, their movements without emotion. Radium rounds sparked uselessly against some Xenos frames and ate through the joints of others when guided into weakness by Cord 88's calculations. Then the Immortals stepped through the smoke. Broader, heavier, their bodies marked by ancient martial pride, they fired Gauss blasters in disciplined volleys, the air filled with green disintegration. An intercessor took a beam across the chest. His ceramite flayed away molecule by molecule. He staggered, fired twice more, then came apart from the sternum inward, his transhuman organs exposed for a heartbeat before they dissolved into glittering dust. Another Marine lost an arm and half his helm. He continued reciting target data until a second beam erased his skull. Canoptech constructs moved along the ceiling. They were spider things, needle things, surgeon things. Their limbs unfolded in silence. One dropped onto a Skitarius and dismantled him with such delicate speed that the warrior remained standing while his abdomen opened, organs and augmetics sorted into separate wet piles. Another skittered beneath a breacher's weapon arc and severed its track links, then bored through the hull to cut the living torso from the machine body inside. The Cataphron fired as it died, its heavy arc weapon blasting a Necron warrior into fragments that crawled back toward one another. The Necrons did not rage, they calculated. Far beneath them, Thoct Mnemos watched through 100 tomb lenses and 1,000 slaved constructs. His body stood within a command crypt of blackstone and suspended green light, its necrodermis form motionless beneath a mantle of segmented metal plates. His staff rested in one hand, its head a cage of mathematical lightning. Around him, control glyphs rotated in silent hierarchies. Humans, he thought. The word held no anger, only contempt. Mayflies wearing iron, vermin that built furnaces atop prison locks and called their trespass industry. Their priests mutilated themselves and mistook damage for enlightenment. Their warriors buried themselves in ceramite and mistook weight for permanence. Their psychers were infections, raw wounds in the skin of reality, useful only as evidence that biology was an error yet to be corrected. One of them, however, was worse. Thoct Mnemos focused on Alpha Primus through the prison's fractured instruments. The readings offended him. Artificial ascent. Gene-forged instability. Psychic pressure harnessed through pain. Crude primarchal echoes buried beneath Mechanicus graft logic. A biological malfunction made arrogant by survival. Bio-transcendent contamination persists, the cryptech said. His voice passed through the tomb network as a dry command, older than human language and colder than murder. Escalate excision. The corridor rearranged without sound. A wall slid aside where there had been no seam. The floor ahead vanished into a stasis chamber rimmed with blackstone pylons. Macinius barked a formation correction as gravity shifted again, but Alpha Primus was already moving. His bolt rifle fired in controlled bursts, each round placed into Necron joints, skull sockets, weapon cores. A Canoptech wraith phased through a pillar beside him, claws passing through matter before becoming solid inside his armor. He seized the thing by its central spine before it could withdraw. Its body flickered between states, half real, half ghosted through physics. Alpha Primus poured psychic force into his grip. The blackstone around him dampened the power, then one fractured pylon caught the pressure and hurled it back amplified. The wraith became solid all at once. He crushed it in his hand, the living metal spine folding with a scream of tortured phase circuitry. The backlash struck the chamber. 3 Necron warriors collapsed. 2 Skitari died. Marcellin staggered and tasted blood inside his helm. "Alpha Primus," the librarian snarled. "You are tearing the warding lattice. I am not the one who broke it. No, you are the one it hates." They found the Inquisitor in the stasis crypt, beyond the rearranged corridor. He hung suspended in a web of green light and black wire, neither standing nor lying, his body held at the center of a chamber filled with alien restraint pylons. His armor was black, lacquered once, now dulled by age and frost. The rosette of the Ordo Xenos remained fixed to his breast, cracked but unmistakable. His face was exposed. He had been a stern man in life, perhaps. In death, his cheeks had hollowed, his skin stretched tight across bone, his closed eyelids sunken as if the skull beneath had tried to swallow them. Hestephon drifted nearer before Macinius could stop him. Human male, age indeterminate due to stasis preservation. Ordo Xenos insignia confirmed. Tissue condition anomalous. Necrosis halted, yet neural traces remain active. Impossible. He is dead. The Inquisitor's skull opened. Not his mouth. His skull. A seam split across the crown from brow to nape. bone unfolded in petal segments, wet and precise. The brain inside was black, threaded with violet tendrils that pulsed like worms under glass. Several Skitari aimed. Messinius raised a fist, holding fire. The corpse spoke. The voice did not emerge from the throat. It came from the opened skull, from the tendrils, from the blackened brain, and perhaps from somewhere beneath the chamber. "Little weapon," it whispered. Alpha Primus stared at it. Marcellin's psychic hood flared. "Warp presence." "Not demon," Hestefon rasped, lenses widening. "Not conventional possession. Neural parasitism. Psychic domination architecture. Xenos, warp-derived, classification unstable." The dead Inquisitor's eyes opened. They were full of purple light. "I remember you," the thing said through him. "Not this flesh, not this hour. A prison, a cage of dead stars. Pain walking in the shape of a man. Cawl's knife with no handle." Alpha Primus took one step forward. Messinius said, "Hold." The corpse smiled. Its lips split. Still chained, still hurting, still pretending obedience is purpose. The chamber darkened. The blackstone pylons hummed. Through their fractures came something that was not light and not shadow. Tendrils of psychic pressure unfurling from gaps in reality. The entity had been feeding here for years or centuries, perhaps longer. The Necron prison's blackstone had contained it, starved it, focused it, fractured it. It had drunk the dead Inquisitor slowly, wearing his nervous system as a mouth. The tendrils reached for Alpha Primus. Marcellin raised his stave. "Do not let it touch you." "It already has," Alpha Primus said. The pain came alive. Not worse. Worse was too simple. It became articulate. Every scar remembered its opening. Every bone remembered being rewritten. Every organ remembered insertion, rejection, correction, restraint. His nerves became strings, and the thing in the Inquisitor plucked them with obscene delicacy. "Release," it whispered. The word bypassed hearing. It unfolded inside his marrow. "Open the vault below, and I will unmake the pain. I will peel you from the prison of meat. I will take the knives out of your blood. No more call, no more commands, no more waking because agony remembered you first." Alpha Primus stood motionless. Messinius saw the grey warrior tremble for the first time, not from fear, from restraint. The entity pressed harder. The dead Inquisitor's body arched in the stasis web. Violet tendrils burst from his eye sockets and nostrils, stretching toward Alpha Primus like feeding worms. The blackstone chamber amplified the contact in violent pulses. Skitari optics burst. One ultramarine dropped to a knee, bleeding from beneath his helm. Hestefon screamed through a damaged vocalizer as his instruments recorded impossible psychic density. Marcellin tried to intervene. The backlash hurled him against a pylon hard enough to crack his pauldron. Alpha Primus closed his eyes. He did not flee the pain. He gathered it. Every nerve became a weapon. Every surgical memory became pressure. Every day of existence as Cawl's first survivable failure became fuel dragged across the edge of his will. He did not deny the agony. He named it, owned it, turned it outward. His black eyes opened. No. The word struck the chamber like a verdict. Psychic force erupted from him, but not as a wild blast. It entered the tendrils touching him and traveled backward along them. The entity recoiled. Alpha Primus followed through the connection. His suffering became heat, then pressure, then a blade made of refusal. He drove it into the dead Inquisitor's open skull. The corpse convulsed. The violet tendrils ignited. They burned from within, not with flame, but with the killing brightness of a mind that had learned to survive what should have destroyed it. The dead man's nervous system lit beneath his skin, every nerve becoming visible for one awful heartbeat. His jaw opened wide enough to break. The thing inside him screamed in a voice that made the Necron pylons ring. Alpha Primus stepped closer and placed one gauntleted hand on the corpse's opened skull. "Leave him." The entity tore free. Violet matter, psychic and half-physical, ripped itself from the Inquisitor's brain in a mass of tendrils and shrieking light. The corpse collapsed in the stasis web, finally only dead. The creature fled downward through the fractured blackstone, slipping between pylon harmonics, bleeding pieces of itself into the prison as it ran. Silence followed. Then the tomb shifted beneath them. A sealed aperture opened in the far wall, revealing a descending passage lined with blackstone veins and old Mechanicus cables that should not have been there. The cold breath rising from below carried the same genetic pressure Alpha Primus had felt in the vault above, but deeper now, older, more intimate. The entities.
Whisper crawled back through the stones as it fled. Not prototype. The passage lights awakened one by one, leading down. The whisper became softer, crueler. Lock. The passage beneath the Necron prison did not descend so much as permit descent. It opened before them in successive impossibilities, each segment of corridor aligning only after Alpha Primus stepped close enough for the blackstone veins to taste him. Walls of alien material shifted without sound. Stairs became ramps. Ramps became sheer plains. Sheer plains became walkable underfoot, as gravity submitted to a logic older than mankind's first fire. Imperial cables had been threaded through the architecture in ages past, crude and devotional, bound in red wax, brass clamps and strips of machine prayer. They looked obscene against the Necron precision, not because they were corrupt, but because they were young. Messinius saw that at once. Mechanicus intrusion, he said. Old, deliberate. Whoever built below the manufactorum knew the tomb was here. Hestefon's lenses tightened, or discovered it and concealed the fact. Forge worlds have buried less convenient truths beneath thicker layers of sanctity. Cawl? Asked Marcellin. No one answered. Alpha Primus walked ahead of them, blood drying black across the torn plates at his side, the wound beneath sealed only by his own biology and the brutal pressure of his armor. The pain from the injury had already joined the greater chorus within him. It no longer mattered as damage. It was simply another voice. The whisper from the fleeing warp thing still crawled through the stones. Lock. Not prototype. Lock. The word followed him into the chamber below. The vault beneath the Necron prison was not a vault by Imperial standards. It had no iron saints, no Aquila reliefs, no martyr bones embedded into the arch, no devotional plaques warning the unclean away. It was a circle of blackstone pylons surrounding a door of dull silver metal, set with Martian data sockets and genetic seals grown like scabs into alien geometry. The Mechanicus had built within the prison, using its impossible architecture as foundation and cage. Servo cables crossed stasis conduits. Brass reliquary nodes clung to Xenos pylons. Cowl's old machine work had wrapped itself around Necron stone like a parasite around a sleeping god. The door opened when Alpha Primus reached it. No hand placed upon the seal, no spoken code, no Binharic request. It knew him. The silver metal split apart in 6 silent segments. Air flowed out, cold and chemical, carrying the stink of preserved meat, ancient disinfectant, machine oil, and failure. Hestefon made a low sound that might have been reverence. Messinius raised his blade. Intercessors, secure the threshold. Hellblasters, hold the rear corridor. No one enters alone. Alpha Primus entered alone. The laboratory beyond was immense. It had been sealed since the earliest age of Cowl's hidden labor, yet nothing within seemed dead enough. Pale lumen strips flickered awake overhead in long rows. Cogitator banks rose like black confessionals along the walls. Suspended servo arms hung from tracks in the ceiling, their surgical claws folded in prayerful stillness. Gene altars stood beneath glass canopies. Needle arrays slept in chrome cradles. Vat engines lined the chamber in concentric rings around a central amniotic throne, a vast vertical sarcophagus of armor glass, brass and blackstone set into a dais of ribbed metal. Inside the outer rings were bodies, dozens, perhaps hundreds. They floated in amniotic sarcophagi, each sealed behind clouded glass, each tagged with coded designations so old that many had decayed into static. They were not space marines, not custodies, not primarchs. They were the shapes of ambition before it learned shame. One had the height of an Astartes, but the proportions of a famine corpse, limbs long and knotted, fingers split into too many joints. Its skull had overgrown its face, bone plates closing over the eyes like prison shutters. Another was broader than a Terminator and bent double in its tank, muscle mass fused into one enormous tumor around a skeleton too weak to bear it. A third had wings, not angelic pinions, but structures of cartilage and exposed nerve, curled uselessly against its back. A fourth had 3 hearts visible through translucent skin, each beating once every several minutes, though the brain above them had dissolved into grey slurry. Farther in, the failures became worse. One sarcophagus held only a spinal column wrapped in golden nerve cables, twitching in chemical dark. Another contained a warrior-shaped thing whose body had calcified from within, every vein turned to bone, every organ trapped in a prison of its own growth. A larger tank held a giant suspended upside down, its face unfinished, its mouth stretched open in a permanent scream. Its organs had ruptured outward and been held in place by surgical arms that had continued their labor long after life had fled. Hestephon drifted into the chamber behind Alpha Primus, all caution forgotten. Omnissiah, the Magos whispered through his damaged vocalizer. These are not failed implantations. These are full structure rewrites. Primary somatic architecture altered before stability. Endocrine systems rebuilt. Neural pathways expanded, then burned. Musculature forced beyond viable density. Psychic conductivity enhanced without sufficient insulation. Cellular collapse, mutation, rejection, soul rupture. His lenses fixed on Alpha Primus. The realization passed through him visibly. You were not the first. Alpha Primus looked at the drowned bodies. No. Hestephon's voice became quieter, almost afraid. You were the first one that survived. Cawl did not speak through the noosphere at first. That silence was the closest thing to confession any of them would receive. Then the laboratory awakened further. A hololithic figure appeared above the central amniotic throne. Younger Cawl again, less monstrous, less fragmented. His metal was cleaner. His face retained a sterner human shape. His eyes held no warmth, only the cold certainty of a genius standing before ruins he considered necessary. Archive continuation, said the recording. Crown Protocol chamber active. Genetic key accepted. Subject survival confirmed if this message is being observed by Alpha Primus or by authorized derivatives of my own cognition. Current Cawl's voice arrived at once, layered and angry. Terminate the recording. The younger recording continued, indifferent to the older self's command. Clarification for restricted minds. Standard Legiones, Astartes methodology depends upon staged implantation, hormonal redirection, organ addition, hypno-indoctrination, and gene seed-derived transformation. This process is powerful, but limited. The warrior remains in origin, a human body modified beyond human boundaries. Messinius stood just inside the door now, ultramarines spreading behind him. His helm lenses moved from tank to tank. His hand tightened around his sword. The younger Cawl turned slowly in the projection, as if addressing an invisible tribunal. Alpha Primus was not produced through standard implantation alone. He was rewritten at a foundational level. Tissue, organ, neural pattern, psychic receptivity, and somatic destiny were altered in recursive sequence. Implantation was used where useful. Where insufficient, it was superseded. Marcellin spoke softly. Throne, preserve us. The Crown Protocol exists to formalize the bridge, the recording said. Not Primarch, not Astartes, not Custodian. Those terms are political fossils. The objective is strategic singularity, the durability of the transhuman soldier,
elevated by deeper rewrite principles, directed without the cultural instability inherent in the Emperor's sons. Messinius turned toward Alpha Primus. "How much of this did you know?" Alpha Primus watched the dead things in their tanks. "Enough to hate him." Cawl's current voice slammed through the chamber speakers, no longer trusting the noosphere alone. "The data is incomplete. The protocol is not viable. It was abandoned." "Yet preserved," Messinius said. "Preservation is not intention. It is preparation." Hestephon moved closer to one of the tanks and pressed a scanning limb to the glass. "Partial data of this density cannot be destroyed. Captain, this chamber contains the buried foundation of every transhuman question asked since the Great Crusade. It must be studied." Messinius faced him. "By authority of Rabaut Guilliman, this chamber is condemned. No being like Alpha Primus is to be made again." Cawl's voices overlapped in fury. "Preserve the central archive. Destroy corrupted outer records. Extract the amniotic throne. Do not allow ultramarine interference. Do not allow Hestephon unsupervised access. Alpha Primus, secure my work." Cord 88 stood at the threshold, weapon lowered but ready. His command protocols flickered beneath too many superior authorities. He did not ask for philosophy. He awaited command. Messinius said, "Destroy it." Cawl said, "Preserve it." Hestephon whispered, "Study it." Cord 88 waited. Alpha Primus said nothing. That was when the floor split open, not with Necron silence, with wet force. Organic tunneling charges burst through the lower chamber walls in sprays of black soil, bone dust, and amniotic runoff. Gene thief burrows opened beneath the laboratory rings. Pale bodies came pouring through them, faster than thought, their claws scraping the floor, their mouths stretched wide around injector tongues. Behind them came vat-born monsters, marked by recent adaptation, their flesh threaded with grey veins and coppery sheens stolen from Alpha Primus's blood. Some had reinforced limbs grown unevenly large. Some had black eyes. Some screamed when they saw him, not in fear, but in recognition they had not lived long enough to earn. The Emperor's children followed. Renegade warriors in defiled plate entered through the corpse tunnels, weapons raised, armor painted in decadent colors and old arrogance. Sonic shriekers wailed along their helms. Chain blades revved with obscene eagerness. One carried a power spear wrapped in nerve wire. Another bore a heavy bolter decorated with flensed faces, each mouth still moving around voiceless song. At the same moment, the Necron prison answered intrusion with its own awakening. Blackstone pylons flared, wall panels withdrew, canoptech constructs unfolded from alcoves behind the Imperial line, scarabs spilled across the floor in metallic swarms. A pair of Necron immortals phased into being at the rear corridor, Gorse weapons rising with perfect calm. The chamber became a three-way slaughterhouse. Messinius reacted first among those still capable of normal command. Hellblasters, rear threat, overcharge, intercessors, left ring, hold the tanks as cover, but do not damage the central dais until ordered. Skitari, lock the tunnels, rad denial, Cord, seal them. Cord. 88 transmitted a burst of Binharic command. Skitari moved into position around the burrow mouths. They died as they moved. Gene thieves tore into them, claws finding armor gaps, injector tongues punching through rebreathers, pale bodies using dead warriors as shields. The Skitari did not break. They knelt at the tunnel mouths and locked rad grenades in place, even as claws opened their throats and ripped augmetics from their chests. They held the rad locks until warning runes turned green. Then poison washed the tunnels. Gene thieves blistered and convulsed in the rad bloom, their engineered bodies resisting for seconds longer than human flesh should have, then rupturing as cells died in cascading failure. Skitari died with them, still transmitting closure confirmations while their organs cooked. Hellblasters fired down the rear corridor, their plasma incinerators overcharged with screaming coils. Blue-white shots struck Necron immortals,
and blew holes through living metal torsos. One Hellblaster took a gorse volley across the legs and collapsed, both limbs dissolving into particulate light. He fired from the floor until a Canoptech construct dropped onto his back and opened his armor with surgical limbs. An intercessor crushed the construct beneath his boot, but a vat-born brute struck him from the side and drove a hooked cleaver through his abdomen. The wounded Primaris did not fall at once. He drove his combat blade into the monster's throat. The monster opened its jaws and bit through his helm. Ceramite cracked. Blood jetted across its teeth. The vat-born shook him like a hound with prey until Messinius split the creature's spine with a power blade and kicked it away. Alpha Primus moved through the center of the slaughter. A gene thief adapted from his blood leapt at him, too fast for any baseline human eye. He caught it by the wrist, felt the wrong echo of himself in its bones, and tore the arm free. The creature shrieked. He drove the severed limb through its chest, then blasted its head apart with his bolt rifle. An Emperor's Children renegade came laughing, chainblade shrieking for Alpha Primus's neck. Cowls. Dog, let us hear you howl. Alpha Primus stepped inside the swing, seized the warrior's helm in one hand and the gorget in the other, and twisted. The neck broke. The armor tried to resist. He kept twisting until the head tore free with a wet crack of vertebrae and fiber bundles. He threw the helm and head into another renegade, hard enough to knock him backward into a gas beam. The beam took both traitors apart. The younger Cawl recording continued speaking above the central throne, oblivious to the massacre. Replication requires subject-keyed genetic authority, amniotic cradle stabilization, layered psychic suppressors, Primarch-derived reference architecture, and pain tolerance exceeding known Astartes limits. Warning: loyalty cannot be guaranteed, sanity cannot be guaranteed, survival cannot be guaranteed, strategic value remains extraordinary. Bile arrived wearing another body. This one was closer to him. Not the true Fabius, perhaps. Alpha Primus knew enough of the creature's habits to doubt any flesh placed before him. But the body was well made. Tall, white-haired, wearing a surgeon's coat over armor, the chirurgeon arching from his back with blades, needles, and little grasping limbs. His face bore Bile's expression with exquisite accuracy, amusement sharpened by contempt. He walked through the battle as if it were an operating theater. A Skitarius fired at him. The chirurgeon intercepted the rounds with a fan of metal limbs. An ultramarine turned a bolt rifle toward him, but a vat-born slammed into the warrior and drove him through the glass of a sarcophagus. The failed body within spilled out in a flood of ancient fluid, wrapping dead hands around the marine, as if begging to be taken with him into death. Bile stopped before Alpha Primus. "Now this," he said, looking around the laboratory, "is more honest than a cathedral." Alpha Primus aimed his bolt rifle at the proxy's face. "You talk too much for a dead man." A common criticism, rarely from anyone who remains interesting afterward. "You praise what should be burned." "No, I understand what should be studied before it is burned by frightened men with clean banners." Bile gestured toward the tanks. "Look at it." Cawl dared. Clumsily, secretly, hypocritically, but he dared. He looked upon the Emperor's grandest biological insult and asked whether the work could be approached again. He made failures. Yes, that is what research is called when priests find the bodies. Bile's smile widened. "Do not misunderstand me, Alpha Primus. I do not mock you as a failed space marine. That would be like mocking a blade for not being a plow. You are proof that Cawl once thought like the Emperor. Not as well, not as cleanly, but in the same forbidden direction." Alpha Primus fired. The bolt round struck Bile's head and burst it apart. The body remained standing. The chirurgeon drove needles into the ruined neck. Flesh foamed. A second face unfolded from beneath the first, wet and smiling, grown ready beneath the skull. "Rude," Bile said. Alpha Primus charged. They met amid exploding plasma, gas disintegration, rad fire and screaming gene monsters. Alpha Primus cut through 2 chirurgeon limbs with his force blade. Bile's proxy ducked beneath the third strike and drove a syringe into the crack at Alpha Primus's wounded side. The needle shattered against reinforced bone before it delivered its full measure. Alpha Primus seized Bile by the coat and hurled him across the chamber into the central dais. The amniotic throne activated, not by Bile's impact, by blood. A tiny chirurgeon skull, no larger than a clenched fist, skittered from beneath Bile's coat and embedded a crystal vial into the throne's receiving port. The vial contained 1 dark drop taken from Alpha Primus's thigh in the upper vault. The laboratory stopped, not the battle. Men and monsters and machines continued dying, but the chamber itself paused. Then every cogitator turned toward Alpha Primus. The younger Cawl recording broke mid-sentence. Its eyes shifted. Its voice changed from explanation to recognition. Master Key accepted. Alpha Primus felt the vault see him. The central amniotic throne filled with light. Pipes opened in the ceiling. Nutrient fluids poured into the glass sarcophagus. Surgical arms unfolded, hundreds of them, descending like a metal forest around the cradle. Gene helixes bloomed across the air in red and gold. The file named Replication Requirements unlocked itself fully. Bile rose from the foot of the dais, spine bent, face wet with borrowed blood and delight. "There," he whispered, "I did not need to defeat you." Within the throne, pale matter began to form, first marrow, then bone, then a spine. Alpha Primus stared as the Crown Protocol began to print a new body. The body grew. At first it was only marrow suspended in red light, a pale thread twisting in the amniotic throne, while blackstone lightning crawled over the glass. Then came bone, not slowly, not with the grace of gestation, but with the obscene haste of a machine trying to counterfeit a miracle. Vertebrae locked together, ribs unfolded like cage bars. The skull formed without a face, a smooth oval of wet ivory beneath the surgical arms. Nutrient fluid poured down in sheets, frothing as it struck the newborn skeleton, and clung to it in ropes of embryonic matter. The central throne had become an altar. The vault obeyed. Cogitator banks screamed awake along the walls. Data flowed in crimson ribbons through the air, gene helixes turning inside one another, rejection warnings flashing and vanishing, structural errors corrected and replaced by worse errors. Blackstone pylons that had once belonged to the Necron prison drank the psychic pressure and hurled it back into the chamber as fractured radiance. Mechanicus cables spasmed where they had been bolted into alien stone. Servo arms descended in hundreds, needles gleaming, saws unfolding, injector talons stabbing into the forming body with devotional speed. The thing in the throne was already too large for an Adeptus Astartes, too broad in the chest, too long in the limbs, too dense in the bone. It was not yet alive in any sane sense, but the chamber had begun designing it as if flesh were an argument and mass was victory. Muscles grew across the skeleton in slabs, red and steaming, overfeeding themselves, tearing, regrowing, splitting again beneath sprays of stabilizing chemicals. Organs appeared in glistening clusters, some human in outline, some Astartes in function, some wrong enough that even Hestephon made a strangled sound through his damaged vocalizer. The amniotic fluid blackened around it. Cawl's voice filled the chamber, faster than thought and less controlled than command. Stabilize the cradle. No. Isolate the psychic lattice. No, the Blackstone fractures are not failure points. They are amplification routes. Magnificent. Monstrous. The spinal growth must be arrested before ossification exceeds viable thresholds. Hestephon, record everything. Do not contaminate the primary feed. Cord, preserve the dais. Alpha Primus, prevent hostile interference. The central archive must remain intact. A second Cawl voice spoke over him. Abort. Abort immediately. Cascade instability already exceeds viable limits. A third voice whispered with reverent horror. It is working. The first voice returned, almost breathless. "It is not working. It is proving." Messinius stood amid the slaughter with his sword in one hand and a bolt pistol in the other, helm lenses reflecting the hideous light of the throne. Blood smoked on his blue armor. A gorse burn had carved a channel across his left pauldron. His warriors were dying around him in disciplined formation, and still his voice was steady. "Alpha Primus, destroy the forming body." Cawl answered before Alpha Primus moved. "Negative. You will defend it." Messinius turned sharply. "By order of the Lord Commander, that abomination dies now. By order of the only mind present that understands the consequences," Cawl snarled through every speaker, "you will not touch it." From the far side of the chamber, Fabius Bile's borrowed body rose again, one arm hanging broken, his coat burned through in 3 places, the chirurgeon still working over him with obscene devotion. Behind him, gene thieves crawled from the tunnels in fresh waves, drawn by the scent of Alpha Primus's blood and the impossible promise of the throne. Vat-born monsters shouldered through them, their bodies swollen with recent adaptation, their grey-veined flesh twitching around unstable grafts. Bile's voice carried through the screams. "Harvest teams, advance. Do not damage the central specimen beyond recoverable parameters. I want tissue from the forming giant. Spinal material if attainable, cerebral matter if it lasts long enough to form something worth naming. Alpha Primus remains the primary prize. Bleed him again." A cold emerald command passed through the walls. The Necron prison answered its cryptek. Thoct Menemos did not speak in anger. His contempt came as instruction encoded into the tomb network, a mathematical decree that moved through canoptek constructs, immortal phalanxes, and the silent weapons buried beneath the vault floor. Cleanse the biological affront, seal the fracture, sterilize the chamber, no living experiment leaves. The 4 commands struck the same moment. Destroy it, defend it, harvest it, erase it. Alpha Primus stood before the amniotic throne and did not move. For the first time since entering Valtir, the shape of the war failed to reduce itself into objective and obstacle. The chamber roared around him. Plasma overcharge shrieked. Bolters hammered. Gauss beams stripped flesh and ceramite into glittering dust. Radlocks burst in toxic pulses at the tunnel mouths. Gene thieves died by the dozen and kept coming over their own dead. Necron constructs unfolded from wall sockets with insectile patience and began dismantling the wounded with surgical indifference. Emperor's children renegades laughed as they killed, their voices shredded by sonic distortion and old damnation. Yet all of it receded. Cowl's property, Guilliman's asset, the Imperium's weapon, his own damned soul. The categories moved through him like blades searching for a heart they did not believe he possessed. He had been made for purpose before he had been granted personhood. Cawl had named him after function. Guilliman tolerated him as a consequence. Space Marines refused him as brother. Priests feared him as blasphemy. Enemies coveted him as material. And there, in the throne, something worse than him was being born. The half-made giant woke before its eyes existed. Its mind opened first. Not a mind, Alpha Primus understood. Not thought, not identity. Hunger, pain, command imperatives inherited from the archive, stitched into raw neural matter by Cowl's ancient design. It did not know itself. It knew only that it had been ordered to become. It knew that the chamber existed to feed it. It knew that Alpha Primus was the key. It knew suffering before breath. The psychic lash struck outward. Skitarii died where they stood, not cut down, not burned, not disintegrated, crushed. Their armor folded inward as if invisible fists had closed around them. Augmetic ribs snapped, metal skulls imploded. Red robes became wet shrouds around compacted bodies. Servitor skulls orbiting the chamber burst one by one, bone fragments and lens glass raining down in clicking showers. A Hellblaster's chest plate cracked from gorget to abdomen. He staggered backward, plasma incinerator slipping from hands suddenly full of blood. An intercessor dropped to one knee with both gauntlets clamped over his helm as pressure tried to force his brain through his eyes. Alpha Primus was driven down. One knee struck the floor hard enough to crack Blackstone. Pain tore through him, not from outside alone, but in recognition. The newborn thing had found the same architecture in him and pulled. It reached into his scars, his organs, his nerve ports, his gene-written agony, and it drank. Marcellin cried out and thrust his force stave into the floor, raising wards that sparked blue-white under the assault. It has no soul pattern, no identity. It is psychic appetite. Then kill it, Messinius said, firing into a gene thief that reached for the librarian's back. Gladly, Bile called from across the chamber, after I have acquired sufficient samples. Alpha Primus rose. The thing in the throne had grown skin now, stretched too tight over muscle that writhed beneath it. Its face began as a smooth mask, then split open as features formed in competing directions. A jaw too heavy, eyes sealed beneath membranes, teeth before lips. It was being made by instruction without mercy. The Crown Protocol did not know kindness. It knew survival metrics, battlefield role, resilience, psychic output, obedience failure probability, and acceptable pain thresholds. A legion of such things. Alpha Primus saw it, not with prophecy, with reason sharpened by horror. If Cawl had succeeded, if the protocol had ever left this vault whole, the Imperium would not have gained saviors. It would not have gained a brotherhood of noble giants to stand against the dark. It would have birthed ranks of screaming weapons, each one chained inside its own flesh, each one powerful enough to shatter armies and broken enough to make every victory a wound. Worlds would kneel before them, chapters would hate them, priests would call them angels, until the first one tore a cathedral apart to silence the prayers. The Imperium already had enough monsters wearing virtue. It did not need sons of Cawl. Alpha Primus opened his mind, not outward, inward first. He gave the thing what it wanted. The newborn, almost Primarch, turned toward him from within its glass throne, blind and unfinished, its psychic hunger fastening to him like a hook through meat. Alpha Primus let it bite. He let it taste the old pain, the surgical light, the amniotic dark, Cawl's thousand hands, Gilliman's seal, the bodies before him that had failed, the restraint chapels, the command locks, the truth of waking because agony remembered him. The creature drank. Alpha Primus stood under the weight of it and became bait. "Captain," Marcellin said, voice strained, "it is feeding on him." Messinius cut down another gene thief, then turned his pistol toward the tunnels. "Then give him time to choke it. Ultramarines, hold the chamber. No retreat." The Ultramarines obeyed. They formed around the central dais, with codex precision translated into butchery. Intercessors advanced by pairs, bolt rifles roaring, each mass reactive shot bursting gene thieves into sprays of dark blood and pale meat. Hellblasters rotated overcharged cycles despite cracked armor and bleeding faces, plasma coils screaming as they poured starfire into the approaching Vatborn. One Hellblaster burned his own hands black when his weapon vented through damaged casing. He did not drop it. He braced it against the stump of a broken sarcophagus and fired until a Necron Gorse beam removed his head from the jaw upward. Messinius held the left flank. His sword moved without ornament. Every stroke killed or opened the way for a kill. A Vatborn brute, adapted with plates of grey bone across its chest, charged him through bolter fire. Messinius stepped aside, cut one hamstring, pivoted, and drove his blade through the thing's spine. When it kept crawling, he shot it through the back of the skull. Cord 88's Skitarii held the tunnel mouths. They died well, which was to say they died according to command. Radlocks activated, arc rifles burned, phosphor flares marked targets crawling through the corpse steam. A gene thief landed on the marshal's back and drove claws into his shoulder assembly. Cord reached up with one augmetic hand, tore the creature free, and placed his radium pistol under its chin. The shot turned its skull into a blossoming cancer before the body struck the ground. At the rear, Necron constructs advanced through both sides dead. Canoptech limbs clicked. Scarabs flowed over corpses, reducing flesh, armor, and weaponry into component matter. Immortals fired gas volleys into any biological target that crossed their priority calculations. One Emperor's Children renegade laughed at them and charged. The first beam took his left arm, the second stripped his chest open to the spine, the third erased his laughter forever. Alpha Primus fought in the center, while his mind remained hooked to the thing in the throne. Bile's champion came for him. It was not a mere vat-born. It was a masterpiece of emergency arrogance, grown from stolen fragments, layered with combat stims, wrapped in grafted armor, and fed Alpha Primus's blood until its body had begun imitating a god it could not comprehend. It was taller than a Primaris warrior, hunched beneath muscle too dense for its frame, with 4 arms, black eyes, and a face split by a permanent surgical grin. Bone blades jutted from its forearms. Along its spine, injector bulbs pulsed with stolen chemistry. Bile watched through the chamber's stolen eyes. "Go on," he said softly. "Show me which of Cawl's mistakes has the better claim to life." The champion struck. Alpha Primus met it with blade, bolter, and will. His bolt rifle fired point blank into its lower torso. The shells detonated inside muscle, blasting holes large enough to see through, yet the creature kept moving. One bone blade scraped across his helm, carving sparks. Another punched into the damaged armor at his side, reopening the wound Bile's earlier needle had made. Alpha Primus drove his force blade into the champion's shoulder and released psychic force. The limb exploded from the socket in a wet burst of bone fragments and black blood. The almost Primarch pulled harder on his mind. Alpha Primus staggered. The champion seized the moment and slammed him into the central dais. Armor cracked against Blackstone. Surgical arms whipped around him, mistaking proximity for cooperation, needles stabbing toward his flesh. He crushed 3 in his left hand, fired his bolt rifle with his right, and sent a command not through the noosphere, but through the vault's machine spirit itself. "Obey." The vault resisted. It knew Cawl. It knew Alpha Primus. It knew the Blood Key. It knew the Crown Protocol. It did not know loyalty. It knew function. Alpha Primus forced himself deeper into the machine spirit, through pain, through recognition, through the genetic authority the chamber had used to awaken itself. He did not ask. He did not chant. He did not offer incense, promise preservation, or speak in holy code. He imposed will. The surgical arms froze, then turned. They plunged into Bile's champion. The creature roared as injector needles pierced its spine, throat, eyes, and hearts. Bone saws descended. Clamp arms seized limbs. It fought with enough strength to tear 2 servos from the ceiling, but the vault obeyed Alpha Primus now, and the machinery had been built to restrain things larger and worse than it. Alpha Primus rose from the dais and drove his force blade into the champion's open mouth. The back of its skull burst apart in a spray of steaming matter. It died, still trying to bite the blade. The almost Primarch screamed without lungs. The amniotic throne cracked. Within the glass, the body twisted, half-formed hands pressing against the inner surface. It had used Alpha Primus's pain to build faster. Its psychic mass swelled. The entire chamber bowed beneath it. Blackstone lightning crawled across the walls. Cogitators burst. The younger Cawl recording flickered wildly above the throne, repeating fragments. Strategic singularity. Viability threshold. Command imprint unstable. Replication possible. Replication possible. Current Cawl's voice came through the speakers, stripped of many selves now, more singular than before, and more terrible for it. Alpha Primus, listen to me. Alpha Primus stood before the throne. Blood ran from the wound at his side and dripped from his gauntlet.
Around him, ultramarines, Skitari, Necrons, gene thieves and traitors continued to kill and die in a chamber that had become a butcher's shrine to forbidden creation. "Do not destroy it," Cawl said. Messinius heard him and turned, rage finally entering his voice. "Archmagos, you are in defiance of Guilliman's command." Cawl ignored him. "Alpha Primus, the protocol is unstable, yes. Incomplete, yes. Dangerous beyond acceptable civilian terminology, yes. But look at what it has done from a damaged archive, stolen blood, and corrupted systems. Imagine it corrected. Imagine it guided. Imagine what could stand against the dark if this work were perfected." The almost Primarch pressed its faceless head against the glass. Cawl's voice lowered. "This is the future." Alpha Primus looked at the thing in the throne. He looked at the dead in the tanks. He looked at the dying warriors around him. He looked, though Cawl was not there in flesh, toward the presence of his maker threaded through the speakers, the noosphere, the vault, the chains inside his own blood. Then Alpha Primus answered, "I am your future." He raised his blade. "Look at me." The blade did not fall. The vault moved first. Blackstone pylons that had stood in ancient stillness around the amniotic throne awakened with a sound beneath hearing. The chamber did not shake like a structure succumbing to bombardment. It altered. Its angles changed by fractions too exact for human perception and too profound for human survival. The floor tilted while remaining level. Distances lengthened between heartbeats. The walls drew closer without moving. Every lumen guttered. Every cogitator screamed. The Necron prison beneath Valtir asserted its ownership over the stolen laboratory built inside its bones. Emerald light ran through the blackstone veins. Marcellin fell to one knee. Both hands clenched around his force stave, psychic hood flaring with ward lightning. The tomb is phasing. Messinius turned from the central throne, blade wet, helm lenses reflecting the growing corpse light. "Define that." "The complex is being displaced from real space," Cord 88 answered before the librarian could continue. His voice remained dead calm, though blood and lubricant ran from the rent in his shoulder assembly, where a gene thief had nearly torn his arm free. "Spatial continuity failure confirmed. External extraction vectors degrading. Probability of total entombment increasing." The younger Cawl recording fractured into 3 images, then 7, then 1 again. Each face spoke a different fragment of the same condemned theory. The body in the amniotic throne twisted behind cracked armor glass, too large, too unfinished, too alive in the ways that mattered least, and too dead in the ways that mattered most. Its blind psychic hunger clawed at Alpha Primus, even as the vault collapsed around it. Cawl's current voice came through the speakers in a storm of command and denial. "Stabilize the chamber. Anchor the Blackstone. Preserve the central archive. Alpha Primus, do not damage the throne. Hestephon, retrieve the drive cores. Cord, establish a perimeter. Messinius, your warriors will hold the Necron ingress. I require minutes." "You have seconds," Messinius said. "I require minutes. You will spend lives for them. I have never spent anything else." The Necron pylons flared brighter. A line of Skitari at the northern tunnel mouth vanished. They were not disintegrated by Gauss fire, not torn by claw or blade. They simply ceased to occupy the same relationship with the chamber. One heartbeat they knelt in rad-lock posture, carbines raised, robes burned, optics glowing through smoke. The next heartbeat they were gone, leaving their shadows burned into the floor in green outline. Their noospheric identifiers blinked twice, confused by non-existence, then died. Above the slaughter, Bile laughed, not loudly, never desperately. The sound arrived from behind a curtain of fire and corpse steam, elegant and entertained, as if the collapse of alien geometry, forbidden science and imperial command was an especially stimulating lecture. "This is always the flaw in genius," he said through the proxy body, its borrowed lungs bubbling with damage.
Too many proprietors. The Xenos wants the laboratory sealed. Gilliman wants it burned. Cawl wants it preserved. I only want it understood. He moved backward while speaking, not fleeing, repositioning. Alpha Primus saw the lie in the rhythm of his steps. The bile proxy was damaged, but not failing. The chirurgeon limbs across its back had locked around 3 sealed canisters, each one containing wet red matter suspended in preservative gel. One bore the microscopic sigils of partial Crown Protocol data, copied in haste into a neural lattice grown inside cloned tissue. Another contained scraped progenoid material stolen from the gene thieves that had tasted Alpha Primus's blood. The third held a blackened sliver of something taken from the central throne before the vault had awakened fully. Bile had what he wanted. Not victory. Harvest. Alpha Primus stepped toward him. The almost Primarch in the throne screamed without a mouth, and the psychic hook in Alpha Primus's mind tightened. Pain flashed white. His vision fractured. For a heartbeat, he saw the restraint chapel of the Tsar Kesitor instead of the vault. He smelled amniotic fluid. He heard servo arms clicking above him. He heard Cawl speaking in younger voices and older ones, all of them certain, all of them wrong. Bile retreated into the eastern phase corridor. "Leaving so soon?" Alpha Primus said. The proxy smiled with red teeth. "My dear anomaly, I arrived to collect, not to perish for atmosphere," Alpha Primus pursued. "Alpha Primus!" Messinius barked. "Hold position. We have not secured the throne. Bile has samples." Messinius turned his sword through the skull of a gene thief and kicked the corpse away. "Then kill him quickly." "That is imprecise," Bile called from the corridor, "but motivating." Alpha Primus entered the passage after him. The world broke into a maze. The corridor beyond the laboratory belonged to neither Mars nor the Necrons, nor the warp entirely. It was a place where all three. Injuries overlapped. Gravity reversed by sections. Blackstone ribs jutted from walls threaded with Mechanicus cable. Necron phase fields opened and closed like invisible jaws. Warp pressure leaked through fractures in thin violet strands, each one whispering with the voice of the dead Inquisitor's parasite, or perhaps only wearing its memory. The floor became ceiling. The ceiling became a vertical plane. Distance folded into angles that made his retinal display fill with warning runes before the machine spirit abandoned measurement in disgust. Bile moved through it with prepared routes. Of course he did. Clone decoys burst from side passages. 3 at first, each wearing his white hair and thin smile, each carrying a cane, each identical down to the stains on the coat. Alpha Primus fired once. The first decoy's chest detonated outward in a spray of false organs and red mist. The second released a cloud of toxin from beneath its ribs before a bolt shell removed its head. The third split open voluntarily, peeling back its own torso to unleash a swarm of needle-mouthed things bred in its gut. Alpha Primus walked through them. The toxin clung to his armor and searched for seal breaches. A lesser poison would have tried to kill the blood. Bile's did not. It tried to speak to it. It carried gene lock commands, molecular keys shaped around the stolen sample from his thigh, each one seeking a weakness in the architecture Cawl had written into him. His armor's internal alarms became a chorus of red pain. Auto-injectors stabbed counter-agents into his muscles. His hearts accelerated. His vision pulsed black at the edges. A sacrificial vatborn struck from the left. It had no head. Its chest was one enormous mouth lined with surgical bone. It slammed him into a blackstone wall, jaws closing around his shoulder. Teeth screamed across ceramite. Alpha Primus drove his fist into the mouth and fired his bolt rifle inside it. The monster burst backward, its torso opening in a hot flood of meat, teeth, and shredded organs. He tore his arm free, armor scored and wet. Another decoy appeared upside down along a wall that had become a floor for itself. "Pain is such an inelegant control mechanism," Bile said through it. "Cawl uses it as an anchor, a lock, a warning chime, a leash. Very Mechanicus, very crude, effective, I concede, but unimaginative. Alpha Primus fired. The decoy's skull burst, its body fell upward into a phase field and vanished in green light. Psychic irritants detonated next. Not explosives, glands. Bile had seeded them along the corridor in sacks of transparent flesh, each one tuned to rupture near Alpha Primus's psychic pressure. They burst as he passed, spraying glittering nerve pollen into the air. It entered armor rents, burned through damaged seals, and spoke directly to the pain centers of the brain. Alpha Primus staggered for the first time, the corridor filled with memory. Knives, not metaphorical knives, real ones. Cawl's surgical instruments descending in layers of silver and black, slicing him open while he floated in chemical sleep, too shallow to hide the pain. Gene vats filled with shapes that had not survived long enough to hate. Failed brothers drowning in amniotic fluid, their hands pressed to glass, their mouths open in pleas no one had designed them to understand. Cawl's voice above them, younger, colder, saying threshold exceeded, subject terminated, preserve useful tissue. Gilliman's seal burning over a data slate. The Sang Primus radiance locked away behind laws and necessity. The first breath after being remade, when breathing itself had felt like punishment. The memories did not remain inside him. They spilled. Every nearby mind heard them. Far behind, in the central laboratory, Marcellin cried out and clutched his head. Several Skitarii froze mid-volley as alien pain entered implants never designed for empathy. An ultramarine intercessor staggered beneath the weight of another being's birth agony, then recovered and fired until his magazine ran dry. Hestephon sank against a cogitator bank, lenses wide, whispering, "He remembers all of it." Even Messinius felt it, a pressure behind the eyes, a glimpse of grey flesh under knives, of Cawl's hand holding down a body that would become a weapon. He forced it aside. "Maintain discipline," he ordered. "Wounded to the inner line, Hellblasters, fall back by pairs. Cord, seal the southern." Choke point. Cord 88 obeyed without comment. He had 219 Skitarii functional when the retreat began. He had 130 by the time they crossed the first threshold. He spent them as the Mechanicus had made them to be spent. 10 Rangers held a side passage against Canoptech constructs until their legs were cut away beneath them. They continued firing from the floor until scarabs entered their armor through the seams and unmade them from within. A breacher maniple locked itself across the western corridor, tracks fused by its own emergency clamps, heavy arc weapons blasting Necron immortals at close range, until Gauss fire stripped them down to their organic cores. One Cataphron continued firing after its torso had been atomized, its machine half honoring the last command longer than the man embedded in it remained alive. Above, orbital fire came down. Messinius called the strikes through furnace corridors, mapped by ultramarine auspex and Skitarii noospheric correction. Lance beams stabbed through Manufactorum Spine 9, burning down through levels of corrupted machinery, corpse works, and Xenos breach points. The impact sealed tunnels behind the retreat in white fire. Entire corridors collapsed into glass. Gene thieves, Necron constructs, wounded Skitarii, and screaming traitors vanished together under the Lord Commander's distant arithmetic. There was no time to retrieve the dead. There was barely time to use them as walls. Alpha Primus caught Bile at a junction where gravity changed every few steps. The proxy stood in the center of 3 crossing corridors, each one rotating slowly around a different axis. Behind him floated the canisters, held by chirurgeon limbs. His borrowed body had healed some of its earlier ruin, but imperfectly. One cheek hung loose. The scalp had split to show the pale dome of a secondary skull beneath. His eyes remained amused. "You are slower when wounded," Bile said. Alpha Primus advanced. "You are still here. I am mostly here. The distinction matters." The floor turned into a wall. Alpha Primus struck it boots first, maglock screaming. Bile twisted with the shift, Kane tapping lightly on what had become the ceiling. He gestured, and 2 sacrificial monsters dropped from an overhead phase fold. They had been made for this. No eyes, reinforced limbs, mouths full of injector spines. Their bodies stank of the same gene-lock virus already burning through Alpha Primus's blood. They did not attack to kill. They attacked to burden, to pierce, to deliver, to pull him open enough for Bile's instruments to taste the deeper layers. Alpha Primus met the first with his force blade and cut it from shoulder to hip. It split open, but its halves kept clinging, muscles twitching around independent nerve webs. The second drove spines into his damaged side. His armor sealed around them, too late. The toxin entered. His left heart skipped, then hammered, then skipped again. The pain inside him became uneven. That frightened him more than intensity. Intensity was known. Failure had rhythm. Bile watched with clinical pleasure. There, your creator's architecture is magnificent, but even magnificence has hinges. Alpha Primus caught the second monster by both sides of its skull and crushed inward. Bone and soft tissue burst between his fingers. He tore the injector spines from his side, each one dragging blood and armor fiber with it. His psychic controls slipped. The corridor buckled beneath the pressure, not physically, conceptually. The blackstone fractures amplified the surge. Clone decoys hidden in alcoves ruptured before they could activate. A Necron scarab swarm emerging from a phase seam collapsed into inert metal. Bile's proxy staggered as blood ran from its eyes. Alpha Primus saw him through red darkness. Bile dabbed at the blood with one gloved finger and considered it. Impressive. Alpha Primus moved. No snarl, no threat, no ritual challenge. Absolute violence. He crossed the junction through shifting gravity and caught Bile's proxy by the throat. The chirurgeon struck at him with blades and drills. He ignored the first cut, let the second carve across his helm, caught the third limb and tore it from its mounting. Bile drove a syringe into his gorget seal. Alpha Primus headbutted him hard enough to flatten the proxy's nose and split its face to the bone. Bile laughed through the ruin. "You think this will wound him, don't you?" Alpha Primus slammed him into the wall. "Speak clearly." The proxy's mouth filled with blood. "Belisarius, you think denying him will wound him. Perhaps it will. Perhaps he will even grieve." Alpha Primus tightened his grip. Vertebrae cracked. Bile's smile widened despite the pressure. "He loves you, you know." For a moment, nothing moved except the rotating corridors and the green pulse of phase fields. Bile continued softly. "Not as a father loves a son. Do not indulge that little tragedy. He loves you as a creator, loves the work that proves his genius. He loves you because you survived him, because every breath you take is evidence that he was right to dare. You are his wound in reality, and he is proud of the bleeding." Alpha Primus did not rage. Rage would have been too human. He drove his force blade up through the proxy's abdomen, through the spine, through the chest cavity, and into the neural lattice hidden behind the sternum. Bile's borrowed body arched. The canisters jerked as chirurgeon limbs spasmed. Alpha Primus placed his free hand against the proxy's skull and pushed psychic force into the stolen data. Not flame, erasure. The neural lattice ignited from within. Partial crown protocol strings burned one by one. Alpha Primus felt them die, each fragment a sliver of Cawl's old ambition turning to ash inside cloned nerve matter. The canister containing progenoid material cracked in a chirurgeon claw. He seized it and crushed it in his fist, preservative gel and bloody tissue spilling between his fingers. The third canister tried to detach on a microsuspensor and flee. He shot it with his bolt rifle. It burst against the ceiling in a wet red bloom. Bile's proxy shuddered. Across the galaxy, somewhere safe, somewhere prepared, somewhere surrounded by other bodies and other contingencies, the true Fabius Bile would awaken with the memory of this loss and the taste of what he had almost gained. The proxy looked at Alpha Primus with dying eyes. "Better," it whispered. "You are better when you stop pretending to be obedient." Alpha Primus tore the head from the body and crushed the neural socket in his fist until sparks, blood, and grey matter ran down his gauntlet. Then he turned back toward the vault. The corridor behind him was collapsing into green light. He ran. His body was failing. He knew it with cold precision. Left heart irregular. Secondary clotting overloaded. Armor integrity compromised. Gene lock contaminants present, but contained for now. Psychic output unstable. Vision fractured. Pain no longer a constant field, but a series of jagged detonations from bone to skull. He moved anyway, because motion remained possible, and therefore required. The central laboratory was in retreat when he returned. Messinius had organized the withdrawal into layers. Ultramarines carried wounded brothers where they could, and took progenoid where they could not. An apothecary knelt over a fallen hellblaster long enough to extract what could be saved before Gauss fire took his left pauldron apart and forced him back. Intercessors fired by squad rotation, stepping backward through smoke and corpse matter. Marcellin held a psychic ward over the retreating line, face bleeding, lips moving around words of banishment and protection. Cord 88 stood among fewer than 60 functional Skitari, directing them into choke points they would not leave alive. The almost Primarch still twisted in the amniotic throne. The glass had cracked further. One enormous hand pressed against it from within. Cawl's voice was everywhere. Alpha Primus. Status report. Alpha Primus. Answer me. Did Bile retain data? Did he retain tissue? Respond. Alpha Primus walked toward the central dais. He felt it then. A thread. Tiny. Hidden. Brilliant in its cowardice. Cawl had opened a remote upload beneath the visible channels, buried under emergency collapse telemetry, disguised as Blackstone phase harmonics and casualty data. One fragment of the Crown Protocol, not the whole archive, not enough to recreate the work cleanly, perhaps not enough to do more than tempt him forever, but enough for Cawl to preserve a question, enough for him to say later that destruction had been incomplete, that knowledge had survived, that fate had left a door ajar. Alpha Primus stopped. He turned his psychic sight toward the noosphere, past Cord 88's command lattice, past Hestefon's desperate hidden scans, past Messinius's battlefield orders, past Cawl's arguing voices to the secret upload crawling toward the Tsar Keysighter. He saw Cawl there, not in body, in intention. Cawl felt him see it. For once, all of the Archmagos' voices fell silent. Alpha Primus stood bleeding in the dying vault, surrounded by retreat, fire, Necron light, and the unfinished giant pressing against the glass. Across the noosphere, through pain, command, history, and betrayal, he spoke one word. No. No. The word did not echo in the vault. Echoes required honest walls, and the chamber beneath Valtyr had long ago ceased obeying such simple laws. It passed instead through metal, Blackstone, noosphere, and memory. It struck the hidden upload crawling toward the Tsar Keysighter. It entered the data thread like a blade entering a throat. Cawl's secret fragment died screaming in machine language. Across the noosphere, the Archmagos fell silent. Alpha Primus felt the loss of that silence more keenly than he would have felt rage. Cawl had always been many things at once. Voices in argument, commands layered beneath corrections, pride buried beneath calculation, affection hidden so deeply inside utility that even he might deny its existence. But now, for a moment, there was only absence. The Crown Protocol remained in the chamber. The file still lived in the vault's awakened machine spirit. The central throne still pulsed with it. The almost Primarch still grew within its cracked glass prison, fed by stolen blood, corrupted command logic, Blackstone amplification, and the old arrogance of Belisarius Cawl. Messinius was ordering the retreat. Cord 88 was spending the last of his Skitari with sacred precision. Marcellin was bleeding from his eyes as he held back the warp pressure crawling through the broken pylons. Hestephon was being dragged from the chamber by an intercessor sergeant, his clawed limbs reaching toward the gene banks, even as he protested in broken Binharic. The battle around the central vault narrowed into lines of survival. Ultramarines fell back in disciplined intervals. Hellblasters vented their dying weapons. Skitari locked themselves into choke points and activated rad saturation without expectation of extraction. Necron constructs advanced through the slaughter, like surgeons through a plague ward, cutting away whatever life remained. Alpha Primus did not follow the retreat. He walked toward the throne. "Alpha Primus," Messinius called through the vox. "Withdraw. The chamber is phasing out of real space. We will seal it from above." "No." The captain turned amid fire and green light. "That was not a request." "No," Alpha Primus said again, and this time the word was not defiance. It was statement. "It will not remain sealed." The almost Primarch struck the glass from within. The amniotic throne burst. Fluid poured across the dais in a black-red flood, steaming where it touched ruptured power lines and psychic warding circles. The thing inside came with it, half-born and already dying, dragging cables, nutrient lines, and surgical restraints from the wreckage of its own creation. It was enormous, taller than any Astartes, broader than even the swollen champions of the Long War. Its flesh was unfinished in places, muscle exposed beneath translucent skin, bone growing through the surface in pale ridges and jagged plates. Its face had formed only partially. One eye socket held a black, wet orb without a lid. The other remained sealed under a membrane of skin. Its mouth opened too wide, full of teeth still pushing through the gums. It breathed once. The breath sounded like a drowning engine. Its hands struck the dais. The fingers were too long, joints swelling even as Alpha Primus watched. Its spine twisted under the impossible weight of its own growth. Organs pulsed visibly beneath the unfinished ribs. 3 hearts beat out of rhythm within its chest, each one forming and failing at once. It was not a warrior, not a son, not a beast. It was a weapon that had been loaded before it had been allowed to exist. Alpha Primus looked upon it and saw no enemy worth hatred. He saw a future, not his future. Cawl's. The creature lifted its head toward him. There was no recognition in its face, no thought in the malformed skull, no soul looking out from behind the black eye. Only pain. Pain and command. It had inherited no childhood, no brotherhood, no oath, no name. It had inherited hunger, suffering, and instructions. Alpha Primus stepped onto the flooded dais. The amniotic fluid came to his ankles, warm and full of failed life. "You are not my brother," he said. The creature shuddered at the sound of his voice. Psychic pressure built around it, visible as distortion in the air. "You are a warning." Behind him, Messinius spoke again. "Alpha Primus, fall back. That is an order." Alpha Primus did not turn. "Take your warriors and leave. We do not abandon assets in the field. I am not your asset." "No," Messinius said after a pause. "You have made that evident." The captain's voice changed, not softened, never that, but the command became something closer to acknowledgement. "Ultramarines, withdraw by squads. Redemptor Helios, maintain covering fire. Cord, pull what remains of your cohort." Cord 88 answered, "Negative. Final Skitari elements hold until structural denial." Messinius did not argue. "Your sacrifice is recorded. Recording is irrelevant. Duty remains." Alpha Primus heard them retreat. He heard the thunder of bolt fire receding, the shriek of plasma, the crackle of radlocks, the grinding deaths of cataphrons dying in place beneath Necron Gauss fire. He heard Marcellin dragged backward while still chanting warding formulae. He heard Hestephon scream in outrage as he was denied the laboratory of his dreams. He heard Cawl's silence. The almost Primarch rose. Its height was greater than his. Its raw strength was greater. Its psychic pressure pressed outward like a storm seeking a world to drown. Blackstone pylons cracked around the dais as the creature's ungoverned mind lashed at them. Machine altars collapsed. Surgical arms snapped from the ceiling and rained down in clattering heaps. Cogitator banks burst one by one, vomiting sparks, holy oil, and burning strips of data parchment. The creature attacked. It crossed the distance with the impossible speed of transhuman infancy. Not trained speed, not disciplined motion. It was the convulsion of a newborn god weapon, limbs obeying command patterns before balance had fully settled into its nervous system. Alpha Primus raised his force blade and met the first blow. His arms nearly broke. The impact drove him backward through the black fluid. The force weapon caught on growing bone protruding from the creature's forearm and carved through it in a spray of steaming marrow. The thing did not react as a man reacts to injury. It only struck again. Its other fist hammered into Alpha Primus's chest and split the outer ceramite plate. Pain detonated through his ribs. His left heart faltered, recovered, faltered again. He cut low, severing tendons behind the creature's knee. It fell for less than a heartbeat. Bone regrew wrong and fast, knitting over the wound in jagged spurs. The leg did not heal. It became usable through brute insistence. That was worse. Psychic force rolled from the creature in a wave. Alpha Primus countered with his own. The two pressures met above the dais and turned the air white. Blackstone pylons shrieked. The chamber's gravity failed, returned inverted, failed again. Amniotic fluid rose in globules around them, each sphere filled with blood threads and scraps of forming tissue. Dead servo skulls floated upward, then crushed inward as the pressure shifted. The walls bent with alien impossibility. Somewhere below, the Necron prison tried to seal the chamber outside reality, and the Crown Protocol fought to keep itself alive. The creature was stronger. Alpha Primus knew that, with cold certainty. In raw potential, it exceeded him. Its muscles had been grown past sane thresholds. Its psychic channels had not yet learned restraint, and therefore had not yet learned fear. Its body was falling apart, even as it fought, but until collapse claimed it, it possessed terrible abundance. Strength without wisdom, power without memory, pain without ownership. Alpha Primus could not overpower it, so he endured it. The next blow broke his left vambrace and drove bone splinters from his forearm through the inner lining of his armor. He let the arm go numb rather than waste thought on it. The next psychic lash struck behind his eyes and filled his mouth with blood. He swallowed it. The creature drove a knee into his abdomen and lifted him from the dais. He used the motion, cutting across its throat as he fell. Black blood fountained across his helm. The wound closed unevenly around the blade cut, leaving the head half attached and twitching on a thickening neck. It screamed. Alpha Primus had screamed once, long ago, perhaps many times. He did not remember whether the screams had been permitted. He remembered only Cawl's machines, and the certainty that pain was not an interruption of existence. It was the language in which he had first been taught the shape of himself. The creature lunged again. Alpha Primus let it take him. Its hands closed around his torso, crushing armor inward, forcing cracked ceramite into flesh. He felt ribs break. He felt one of his lungs flood. He felt his heart's hammer against the pressure. Its psychic hunger surged into him, seeking to drink the suffering it recognized. This time, he fed it deliberately. Not everything. Enough. He gave it memory without surrender. Restraint chapels, grey armor, Cawl's eyes behind lenses, the cold of Gilliman's distant authority, the bodies in the tanks, the knowledge of being made not as a child, but as an answer. The creature drank the pain and froze because the pain had shape. It had discipline. It had survived long enough to become weaponized. Alpha Primus drove his forehead into the creature's malformed face. Bone cracked. Its sealed eye burst beneath skin, spraying black fluid across his helm. The grip around his torso loosened. He dropped, rolled beneath another wild strike, and came up inside its reach. "You were made to glorify a question," he said, voice wet through his vox grill. "There is no glory in being Cawl's answer to something that should never have been asked." The creature swung again. Alpha Primus cut its wrist open, stepped past the blood spray, and drove his shoulder into its chest. He was not strong enough to throw it. He was strong enough to move it one step. One step was all he required. He forced it back against the cracked central pylon array. Blackstone lightning crawled over both of them. The creature spasmed as alien power and Mechanicus command logic fought through its unfinished body. Its forming hearts became visible through the torn chest, enormous, wet, beating in furious discord. Alpha Primus raised the force weapon with his good hand, the creature's remaining eye fixed on him. For the first time, something almost like awareness trembled behind it. Not understanding, not plea. Pain, recognizing pain. Alpha Primus spoke quietly. End. He drove the blade into the first heart, then through the second, then into the third. The force weapon's Blackstone circuitry drank the chamber's fractured power. Alpha Primus opened himself to the vault's machine spirit, the Necron pylons, the psychic storm, the Crown Protocol, and the agony still burning in every nerve of his body. He seized all of it in the only way he knew, not with mastery, with refusal. The killing charge passed through him first. It cooked the blood inside his armor. It burned the skin beneath his scars. It made his heart stop and start again in broken rhythm. His mind was dragged toward the warp fracture beneath the chamber, toward the violet hunger waiting there, toward the place where pain might finally be unmade, if only he ceased resisting. He resisted. The charge entered the almost Primarch. The creature arched backward, impaled on the blade and pinned to the pylon array. Its mouths opened, one real, several half-formed beneath the skin. Light burst from its wounds. Its hearts detonated one by one inside its chest. Bone grew wildly in its final convulsions, spearing outward through flesh, through armor fragments, through the Blackstone behind it. Its psychic presence collapsed inward, not fading, but imploding under the weight of its own impossible birth. The scream that followed was not a sound. It was a life that had never been allowed to become itself, ending in the same instant it began. Then the creature died. Alpha Primus fell with it. He struck the flooded dais on his side. His armor was split across the chest, shoulder and thigh. Flesh beneath was burned black in places and raw red in others. Blood spread through the amniotic fluid around him. His force weapon lay several paces away, its blade dark, smoking, silent. His vision came in broken fragments: ceiling, fire, dead giant, cracked pylon, burning data, his own hand shaking despite his command that it stop. The warp fracture pulled at his mind. He felt himself sliding toward it. A presence appeared above him, not flesh, projection. Belisarius Cawl stood in hololithic red light amid the ruin of his oldest sin. The image flickered, distorted by Blackstone interference, but for once there were no overlapping voices, no argument, no correction, no chorus of selves protecting the core from exposure. Only one voice. Alpha Primus. Alpha Primus tried to rise and failed. Cawl's projection lowered itself, not kneeling, but close enough to resemble it, if one wished to be cruel. You destroyed it, Cawl said. Yes. The protocol. Yes. The archive. Alpha Primus drew a breath that felt like knives being dragged through wet ash. Yes. Cawl was silent for a long moment. Behind him, the remaining cogitators burned. The file structures of the Crown Protocol collapsed into corrupted light. Replication requirements dissolved line by line, eaten by the killing surge Alpha Primus had driven through the throne. When Cawl spoke again, his voice was quieter than any machine had a right to be. My son. Alpha Primus opened his black eyes. The word hurt more than the wounds. No. Cawl's projection flickered. You are the only one who survived me. That is not sonship. I made you. A son is born, Alpha Primus said. Each word dragged blood into his mouth. Not manufactured. Cawl did not answer. Loved, Alpha Primus continued. Not optimized. The chamber groaned around them.
A black stone pylon collapsed inward, folding into green light as the Necron prison devoured another portion of the stolen vault. "Named," Alpha Primus said, "not numbered." For the first time in all the centuries of his monstrous life, Belisarius Cawl had no immediate reply. Alpha Primus forced himself up to one knee. The motion should have been impossible. It nearly was. Armor plates ground against broken bone. Burned flesh tore open. He reached for his force weapon, and the hilt slid across the flooded dais into his grasp, as if the weapon had decided hatred was no longer reason enough to disobey. He rose. Around him, the Crown Protocol died. Not contained, not copied, not preserved in hidden splinters for later temptation. He felt each strand burn, because he was the key by which the vault had opened, and the weapon by which it closed. He pushed the destruction through every machine altar, every gene bank, every throne subroutine, every encrypted recursion, every young Cawl recording, and every self-protecting redundancy. Above them, in the retreating corridors, Messinius would see the vault lights die. Hestephon would scream. Chord 88 would record completion. Cawl watched in silence. Far below, in a command crypt of blackstone and emerald logic, Thoct Mnemos observed the data death through instruments older than human arrogance. The Necron cryptech did not feel satisfaction. Satisfaction was an indulgence of meat. He confirmed only outcomes. The biological affront had destroyed the biological archive. The chamber was collapsing. The contamination was contained. Then his instruments detected the final echo. Thoct Mnemos focused. No surviving vault core. No Mechanicus transmission. No Cawl databank fragment. No external archive. The echo persisted inside the biological anomaly itself. Alpha Primus stood amid the dying laboratory, broken, bleeding, carrying within his rewritten flesh the last living shape of what the Crown Protocol had tried to become. The cryptech's oculars burned brighter in the dark. "Correction," whispered Thoct Mnemos. "Contamination not contained." The tomb began to close around him. Valtir cracked open beneath a sky that had forgotten the difference between weather and war. The Forge Moon's crust split along bombardment scars older than the current invasion, opening in incandescent seams that stretched from refinery belt to furnace sea. Manufacturum districts slid into newly awakened fault lines. Trench cities folded in on themselves, swallowing regiments, heretic hordes, Skitari cohorts, and the uncounted dead beneath avalanches of ferrocrete and molten slag. Furnace canals overflowed their banks, and rivers of burning industrial runoff poured through corpse yards where the bodies of men and machines had been stacked for reclamation. Now there would be no reclamation. The moon was too busy dying to count its dead. Orbital debris rained from above in blazing fragments. Sections of broken escorts entered atmosphere as burning cathedrals of steel. Lance batteries, still discharging at random, carved white scars through ash clouds before vanishing into the ground with continent-shaking force. A troop barge struck the northern refinery belt and became a sun for 3 heartbeats, vaporizing loyalists, traitors, mutants, and servitors without distinction. Coffin drops fell empty, their occupants long since smeared across their interiors by failed retro burns. A Nightlander descended without engines, trailing smoke and hymn static, and struck the corpse of a fallen god engine hard enough to break both machines into a storm of armor plates and sacred bone. Titans died in the distance. Alpha Primus saw them through the extraction craft's cracked vision slit as he was dragged upward through the collapsing atmosphere. A warlord titan stood at the edge of a burning manufacturum plane, one leg buried to the knee in liquefied ferrocrete, void shields flashing in failing blue halos around its wounded bulk. Its cathedral back was aflame. Its princeps and moderati were already ghosts in the manifold, but the engine still fired. Its volcano cannon spoke once, erasing a heretic fortress and the swarming things around it in a column of white annihilation.
Then the ground beneath it opened, and Necron light swallowed the god machine from below. Its final war horn sounded across the moon, not in fear, but in rage at the indignity of falling. Elsewhere, another Titan had already died. Its skull lay across a refinery bridge, one eye still glowing, its mouth full of burning men. Billions continued to fight across the Mordant Anvil subsector, without ever knowing what had truly happened beneath Manufactorum Spine 9. On shrine worlds, mobs of pilgrims tore one another apart beneath skies full of demonic scripture. On agri-worlds, mutated harvesters crawled from grain seas and ate the regiments sent to burn them out. In void stations, press-ganged armsmen fought corridor wars against cultists wearing the skins of their officers. In orbit above Valtir, Imperial Navy crews died at their guns, while administratum ledgers marked their deaths in columns, corrected arithmetic, and demanded further clarification from ships that no longer existed. The Crown Protocol was gone. No one outside a handful of survivors would understand what that meant. Most would call the operation a strategic denial action. Some would call it the destruction of a heretic archive. Cawl would call it many things, depending on which of his voices won the argument. Guilliman's servants would call it necessary. Alpha Primus called it finished. He stood in the extraction hold while the craft climbed through fire. He should have been on a slab. His armor was split across the chest and side, blackened at the joints, sealed by emergency clamps and clotting foam where it had not simply fused to burned flesh. Blood leaked from beneath the torn plates and steamed where it touched hot deck metal. His left arm hung stiff. His breathing was uneven. The psychometric restraints in his gorget had cracked and failed in 3 places. The machine spirit of his armor did not speak to him now. It endured him in resentful silence. Captain Vitrian Massinius stood opposite him, helm removed, face lined with soot and exhaustion. Blood had dried along one side of his jaw. His left pauldron was gone, the blackened socket beneath packed with emergency sealant. Around them, ultramarines tended their wounded with grim efficiency. No one spoke casually, no one celebrated. The dead had been left below or burned in the corridors by lance fire. The living had no right to waste breath. Cord 88 remained mag-locked near the rear ramp, one arm gone, his cloak burned to ragged strips, his remaining optics still bright. Fewer than a handful of Skitari from his original deployment stood with him. They swayed as the craft shook, held upright by implants, obedience, and the absence of any command allowing collapse. Hestephon was secured in a restraint frame, not for his safety. He had complained until Massinius ordered one of the intercessors to disable his external vocalizer. The Magos' lenses still moved with restless hunger, tracking Alpha Primus, the wounded, the empty places where data might have been. His body was damaged, but not enough to diminish his greed. The transmission from Guilliman arrived as the craft passed through the lower cloud layer and into the fire-streaked void above the moon. It came through Massinius first, carried by astropathic relay, command encryption, and the hard discipline of the Indomitus Crusade. The captain listened without expression, though the muscles at his jaw tightened once. When he turned to Alpha Primus, his voice was controlled. The Lord Commander's judgment is received. Alpha Primus did not look at him. He watched Valtir burn through the vision slit. Massinius continued. The Crown Protocol is to be recorded as destroyed in full. All surviving data fragments are to be purged. All witnesses outside Essential Command classification are to be mind-scrubbed where possible, reassigned where useful, or sealed under sanction. The archive beneath Manufactorum Spine 9 is to be listed as Xenos-contaminated heretic material and erased from broader campaign record. Convenient, Alpha Primus said. Necessary. Those words often wear the same face. Massinius ignored the remark. You are to be returned to the custody of Archmagos Dominus Belisarius Cawl. Alpha Primus turned his black eyes from the dying moon to the captain. Custody. That is the word used. Not your word. No. Would you have chosen another? Messinius was silent for several seconds. Around them, the hold shook as wreckage burned past the hull. Somewhere in the craft, a wounded ultramarine groaned once as an apothecary removed a shattered armor plate from his abdomen. The sound ended under the hiss of pain suppressants. "I would have chosen none," Messinius said. "You are not my brother. You are not my warrior. You are not a citizen under my protection. You are a strategic problem with a blade in its hand." Alpha Primus almost smiled. It did not reach his face. "Accurate." Messinius stepped closer, lowering his voice so the others would not hear. "You saved the war front from something worse than defeat." "No." "You deny the outcome?" "I deny the motive. The distinction matters to you. It should matter to you." Messinius looked back toward the burning moon. If that thing had left the vault, if Bile had taken the protocol, if the Necrons had weaponized the prison around it, this subsector would have become a wound that bled into half the Crusade's flank. You prevented that. Incidental. The word was cold enough to silence even the wounded. Messinius studied him. "You destroyed it because you understood what it was. I destroyed it because I understood what I am." No answer followed. None was needed. Cord 88 submitted his after-action report before the extraction craft docked with the Tsar Quesitor. The report passed first through Mechanicus battle channels, then through Cawl's private noospheric locks. It was written in Binharic precision and stripped of sentiment. Casualties, ammunition expenditure, enemy classifications, Heretech contamination, Necron emergence, Astartes support effectiveness, mission outcome, archive denial, subject performance. Alpha Primus's classification occupied its own restricted addendum. Strategic asset equivalent to forbidden weapon, singular battlefield anomaly, command compliance conditional, psychic output exceeds stable allied deployment thresholds, physical resilience beyond projected Primaris parameters, tactical value extreme, political risk extreme, containment assumptions require revision. Cawl read it in less than a heartbeat. His command returned immediately. Delete organic memory cache. Preserve formal report only. Seal emotional residues. Submit to Cortex sanitation. Cord 88 obeyed. He stood alone in a red-lit alcove of the docking bay while a tech acolyte connected a brass needle array to the ports at the base of his skull. His remaining Skitarii waited nearby, all of them undergoing lesser purges. The Marshal did not resist as the machine extracted portions of the battle from him. The vault, the bodies, the almost Primarch, Alpha Primus, standing before the throne. One by one, experience became record, and record became obedience. Before the purge completed, his optic turned once toward Alpha Primus, who stood across the bay surrounded by repair servitors that did not dare touch him. "Classification remains correct," Cord 88 said. Then the needle array flared. The Marshal forgot why he had spoken. Hestephon made his attempt 2 hours later. He believed himself subtle. Perhaps among priests he was. Among men of flesh he would have seemed a corpse spider dragging treasure through a tomb. Among Alpha Primus he was a noise that had not yet learned it was already dead. The Magos moved through a secondary Medici artery beneath the Tsar Quesitor's biology steks, escorted by 2 servitors and concealed beneath a sanitation rite. He carried no obvious sample canister. That would have been crude. The tissue was hidden inside the false devotional core of a broken sensor, suspended in a bead of preservation gel no larger than a man's fingernail. Alpha Primus found him before the first security shrine. Hestephon stopped when he saw the grey figure at the end of the corridor. The servitors continued walking until Alpha Primus looked at them. Their motor functions failed. One fell face first to the deck. The other locked in place, its jaw twitching as blood seeped from its nostrils. Hestephon's damaged vocalizer stuttered. "I am conducting authorized post-deployment contamination disposal. Give it to me." I do not understand the accusation. Alpha Primus took one step forward. Hestefon's limbs folded close to his sarcophagus body. Preservation of knowledge is not theft. It is the first sacrament of Mars. The sample is inert, a fragment only, dead material, scientifically insufficient for replication without broader architecture. Its study could improve stabilization therapies. It could reduce your pain. Alpha Primus stopped close enough that Hestefon's lenses reflected black eyes. You do not want to reduce my pain. The Magos hesitated. No, Alpha Primus said. You want to understand why it did not kill me. Hestefon's silence condemned him. Alpha Primus held out his hand. The Magos' limbs trembled. Then one narrow appendage opened the sensor core and placed the gel bead into Alpha Primus's palm. Inside it floated a dark thread of tissue, grey-veined, copper-sheened, alive only in the way dangerous things remain alive when denied permission. Lord Cawl will be displeased if I am damaged, Hestefon whispered. Yes. You will not kill me? No. The Magos seemed almost relieved. Alpha Primus closed his fist around the sample. Psychic pressure flashed once. The gel vaporized. The tissue blackened, curled, and became ash inside his gauntlet. Hestefon flinched as if struck. You live because Cawl still has use for you, Alpha Primus said. Do not mistake that for mercy. He opened his hand. The ash drifted to the deck between them. Clean that, he said. Then he walked away. The confrontation with Cawl occurred where it had begun. The restraint chapel was repaired, though not restored. Too much had died there. Servitors had scrubbed blood from the brass floor. New cherubim circled beneath the ceiling on fresh suspensors. Replacement priests stood in attendance with their heads bowed and their fear suppressed beneath layers of ritual. The adamantine clamps had been replaced. The psychometric crown had been reforged. The spinal braces gleamed with new oil. Alpha Primus stepped onto the dais without being ordered. Cawl waited before him, a crimson mountain of robes, limbs, weapons, incense, and unresolved fury. His optics burned brighter than before. His mechadendrites moved constantly. Some twitched with anger, some folded inward in grief, some adjusted instruments with fascination, some held still, which was worse. You destroyed everything, Cawl said. Not everything. No, not everything. You survive. The irony is aggressive. The project failed. Cowl's limbs snapped outward. The project was sabotaged, corrupted, invaded by xenosystems, stolen by Fabius Bile, compromised by warp parasitism, and denied proper stabilization time. It failed before Valtir. You speak as though you understand the totality of the work. I understand the result. You are the result. Alpha Primus looked down at the clamps waiting for his wrists. Yes. Cowl's voices overlapped for a moment, furious, grieving, proud, fascinated, each one trying to speak through the same throat. Then they collapsed into one dominant tone, harsh and old. I came closer than any living mind. To repeating a mistake. To saving mankind. To manufacturing destiny. Cowl's eyes narrowed behind layered lenses. Alpha Primus continued. That is why it failed. Destiny in the Imperium is never manufactured cleanly. It is dragged from coffins, written in blood, worshipped by fools, chained by frightened men, and sent screaming into war. Cawl leaned closer. The Imperium survives because monsters build weapons terrible enough to delay extinction. The Imperium survives by becoming what it claims to hate. Yes, Cawl said, and still it survives. For a long moment, neither moved. Then Alpha Primus stepped backward into the restraint frame. The priests began their chant. Binharic litanies filled the chapel. Servo arms descended. Clamps closed around his wrists, chest, thighs, and spine. The psychometric crown lowered toward his head. The machines sang to themselves in relief at the return of familiar purpose. They did not hold him. Not truly. He felt their weakness now. The left wrist clamp had a delay in its pressure lock. The spinal brace would fail if he released even a fraction of the force he had used beneath Valtyr. The Crown's dampeners were calibrated to the warrior he had been before the Crown protocol died through him, not the thing that had walked away carrying its last echo in his blood. Cawl knew. Alpha Primus knew that Cawl knew. The final lock closed. Alpha Primus allowed it. That was the difference. Beyond the Tsar Quesitor, the war did not end. Valtyr continued to crack beneath orbital fire and Xenos awakening. Guilliman's fleets moved to stabilize what could be stabilized and condemn what could not. Administratum vessels amended ledgers. Priests prepared false histories. Survivors were sorted by usefulness, secrecy, and contamination risk. In the astropathic sanctum, one of the dead twitched. He had been declared expended after the final relay from Valtyr. His eyes were burned out. His tongue was black. Silver wards had been hammered into the bones of his skull. He should have been empty. His mouth opened. A whisper crawled out, violet and wet. Not prototype, not son. Lock. The attending savants did not hear it. Their ears began bleeding before comprehension could form. Far away, aboard a warm vessel hidden among the dead, Fabius Bile awakened in another body. For several seconds he did not move. The chirurgeon unfolded above him, adjusting spine, lungs, heart and memory with affectionate precision. Bile tasted old blood that was not in his mouth. Alpha Primus. He smiled before the new nerves finished knitting. And in a sealed archive aboard the Tsar Quesitor, behind doors that did not officially exist, Belisarius Cawl opened a private file. He stared at the empty data field for a long time. Then one of his smallest mechadendrites wrote the title, Primus Rex, not failed, deferred,